Okay, so alright, so I'm back again after yesterday, so yes, this is Ratchet and Clank 3 this time. This is up your arse still compared to Ratchet and Clank 2 from yesterday, so we've got Sage for commentary again, but we've got someone new for Ouya this time, so if they wanna introduce themselves a bit, I suppose.
Yes, I'm Scott Bozo. I have most of the world records in this game, including this very category, so I know exactly what's going to be going down in this run, and I can't wait to tell you all about it.
Yeah.
I have not run this category, but I've watched the world record a lot because I'm going to run it at some point.
Yeah.
I know a good amount too.
Alright, so this game we start from a fresh file, and similar to the last time, we'll give a countdown for when time starts, essentially. Okay, so
I'm seeing a lot of love for the series in the chat already, which is good.
One, go. I had the BGB stuff, but whatever. If I can play the game.
So first thing is this is Veldin. This level is pretty much identical to a casual playthrough, but if it were fast, this is a great chance to briefly talk about two things. One is this gun right here, the Shock Blaster, first weapon you get. It's a shotgun. And the shotguns in Ratchet and Clank games are always like super broken, but this one takes it to the next level. Because if you fully maximize it to V5, it unlocks an additional ability to send out like the kind of laser beam, sort of, that you sweep to the left and to the right. And this is something that the developers intended, although I don't think they intended for it to be as broken as it is. Used to wipe out waves of enemies quickly and defeat bosses super fast. What 100% consists of is there's 15 like in-game trophies, not PSN trophies, but like if you go to the hub world, you'll like see the trophies in a certain room. 9 of them are hidden throughout levels, like individual collectibles, and then there's 6 others that we have to collect. One for getting all 40 titanium bolts, one for getting all 30 skill points, one for maximizing your health to 200, one for getting V8 on every weapon except the Rhino, which can only go to V5. And then completing every mission with the Galactic Rangers and the Annihilation Nation missions, which is what this fight is being done for. We have a skip for it, but it won't count towards that trophy, so we can't do the skip. And there's a few extra collectible items that we get, but I'm not gonna,
Yeah, so the funny thing is, if we did the skip here, you can't actually go back to Veldin. So if Matthias, for whatever reason, went for the skip, which it's obviously a bad idea, but if Matthias went for the skip here, we would have to go all the way through the game, start another playthrough, and redo everything. So good thing we didn't do that.
A little tidbit is that Matthias, me, and another runner, Eli, have considered like a route that bans a strat called QE, which we'll go into detail later, which would allow us to do the Veldin skip on one of the playthroughs. But obviously that's not what's going to happen here. And we'll explain QE later and why we can't revisit Veldin, at least not optimally.
Yeah, so now we're working on our first skill points of the run. This is the Path of Death on Florana. And so what we have to do is we have to stay squeakily clean. And we're going to grab the first titanium bolt here too.
See, one of the moderators is freaking out over how easy that skip was. So and for the Ratchet and Clank staple.
I've seen them kind of talk because they were excited for both of them. So
right. The Ratchet and Clank staple is that in any of the PS2 Ratchet and Clank games, there's usually a few levels where the ending is placed at like the beginning, or the ending of a section is placed near the beginning. So we always utilize this to our advantage. You can either do like a clip, a little weird out of bounds.
Uh-oh.
Got hit.
Yep, took a little damage on the fire there, so we're gonna have to redo the whole thing in order to get the skill point. Because one of those trophies that Sajbean mentioned earlier requires getting all 30 skill points, and this is the only time we're gonna be doing this section of Florana, so we need to get the skill point here.
Yeah, many planets we only visit once, and I don't mean like once in a playthrough, I mean once in the run, or maybe twice. They basically very few visits, so each planet's kind of crammed with a lot of stuff. Unlike PBSPI from yesterday's run, you don't get to like save something for later.
Yeah, we did save a couple things on the main first section for later, because there's a gadget that we get later called the charge boots, which is very broken for movement, and so we're going to use that to come back and grab a couple of the collectibles that we skipped for now. So now we're on to the Quark boss fight, and what we're going to do here is just unload all of the nitro launcher ammo onto Quark, and then get a little bit of extra ammo from the boxes, and then finish him off with the shock blaster. That way, if the shock blaster can get all of the experience. Yeah, it looks like we didn't get any nitro launcher ammo from the crates, so this is going to be a little slower than what you might see in a top level run.
This boss fight is a little annoying when you're doing a any percent category such as this one. Any percent as in starting from a fresh file to differentiate from NG Plus runs. But it's not like that bad. Okay, so now we got the Starship Phoenix, which is a hub world, the one that I mentioned earlier. There's a lot of stuff you can like do here. There's the trophy room that I mentioned, where Matthias will probably go after the run to make sure they have all the trophies. To the right of this hallway that they just passed is a VR training room where you get to fight against some test dummies, which will have a lot of importance later on in the run. Here we just have to go to this area called the bridge, where we'll be given the coordinates from Arcadia, and we'll take a death abuse just to quickly get to our ship.
Yeah, this game has very aggressive soft lock prevention, so there are a lot of random places where you can just infinitely fall and then respawn in just about 5 seconds. So now we're heading to Marcadia. This is going to be the first long section of ranger missions that we have to do. But first we have to go through this little overworld section, and we're going to get a jackpot crate on the way, which is very useful. The jackpot crate doubles how many bolts you get, and it doubles the experience you get from killing enemies, which is going to help a lot with leveling up our shock blaster here.
If I can stop bonking, that would be very helpful. I almost head there.
Alright, this is going to be titanium bolt number 2. Again, there are 40 throughout the run, so we got a long ways to go.
Later 2 titanium bolts in this level are meant to be achieved on a revisit. They require a gadget called the gravity boots, but we have ways to get around it.
Unlucky ammo there, we got nitro launcher. We're still trying to level up the shock blaster. And even more nitro launcher ammo. Luckily, entering the ranger ship here refills all of our ammo, so we don't have to worry about that during our ranger missions here.
Oh,
might
now
be
for the
starting
ranger
later.
missions.
Yeah, we'll come to think later. We are playing on the PS3 version for this compared to PS2, which was used for PBSPI yesterday. Because there aren't any major movement differences between PS2 and PS3, but there's a few other PS3 exclusive skips and tricks that come in that make it faster overall. I missed a little that skip.
Yeah, so if you watch a speedrun, if you want to speedrun Ratchet and Clank 1, Up Your Arsenal, or Deadlock, there's pretty much no reason to play on PS2. PS3 is the definitive version for speedrunning in every way. But for Ratchet 2, as Mathias said, there's like some advantages to PS2 and to PS3. So you will find a bit of a variety in which version people play, depending on the category and what they like of the versions. So
yeah.
Mathias missed the level up. Oh, what were you gonna say, Mathias? Okay, I was gonna say that they missed the level up skip. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
So whenever you level up a weapon, there's an animation where the gun spins around. Probably meant to make the kids that play this go, "Wow, I did something amazing." And you can actually skip these by having like the wrench out. In one of the later missions, this will be less of a thing to worry about, because there's going to be missions where like there's a timer going, and the timer still goes on even with this. Speaking of the missions, there's 5 of them on this planet Marcadia, so a lot of people are not fond of this level for that reason. In fact, they were originally supposed to be optional in like an earlier build of the game, but they had changed their mind. Mission 1 is just kill some enemies. Mission 2 is kill some enemies, but protect these rangers as you do it. Mission 3 will be getting into a turret to destroy some enemy dropships. Mission 4 is a timed one where you have to protect more rangers until the time runs out. And then Mission 5, you move around and turn some bolt cranks. So,
yeah, they're pretty simple missions for the most part. One important thing for the runner to keep track of is that like the enemies that drop out of the dropship are important to actually keep the mission going. If you slow down on killing those ones, you're going to be losing some time. And then the saucers are just bonus XP if you're able to kill them with the shock blaster. And then one other thing Mathias is going to be doing as much as possible is at the very end of the mission, when it says mission complete at the bottom of the screen, they're going to go and jump into the mud around the edge. Because when you die at the end of a mission, it still counts as completed. It's just skipping the long wait while it says mission complete at the bottom.
this was one advantage that PS2 had, because you could pause and end the mission. Like there's a button in the menu that says end mission or something like that, but PS3, for this game only, not for the other 3 games for some reason, you can't pause while the game is auto-saving. So, very strange quirk, but we work around it.
So yeah, mission 3 here is pretty simple. You need to lead your shots a little bit because the bullets travel very slowly. But Mathias is handling it pretty well. Only had some enemies jump out on the very last ship. That's perfectly fine.
Now mission 4, this one...
on mission 4, this is the one where we grind a lot of XP, ideally. So we want to get
at
least partway through level 4. Oh yeah, we love the ship despawn. That's very silly.
Yeah, that's not exclusive to Marcadia. It happens on Veldin as well. It happens to Zemin's all titanium bolts PB. Yeah. Or at least in the runs, like for that, you could see it within the YouTube video.
So one other thing you would probably see with Top Runs is that they're usually playing in German. I think I've heard like Spanish became multiple once again or something, but
yeah, Spanish is good for no QE, the NG Plus category that plays through most of the game. But otherwise, German is still faster for most of the other categories.
Yeah.
For G plus, they're equal.
Yeah. So English loses about 4 or 5 seconds compared to German because of dialogue reasons, but just because I want to make sure that I've gotten everything, and in a 5-hour run it's only 4 seconds. Plus it's usually a bit more entertaining to hear all the dialogue in English as well, I suppose.
Yeah.
So
There's some funny glitches with the ranger dialogue that can happen that you might see later. And it sounds really funny when you can understand what they're saying. So yeah, we're just about done with the timer mission here. Mathias is gonna jump into the mud once again. And then mission 5, we have bolt cranks. So this is, for the first time, an actual movement-based mission. We're going to be moving around. The fun thing about the bolt cranks in this game, you can just hold one direction. In the previous games, you had to spin your analog stick as you turned the bolt. But in this game, they made it easier.
I've had, I'll take a bit of extra time to kill some of the monsters, just kill some of the once they come out, because I have been sniped. And trying to run through LDF on 3 HP is not the most fun thing in the world, essentially.
Yeah.
So at the end of the level here, Mathias is gonna actually, he's still gonna jump. They're still gonna jump into the mud, but they're gonna wait a little bit before doing so, because if you're like dying in the mud, if there's something that like kind of pulls you out, maybe using the swing shot or a cutscene, the game triggers Ghost Ratchet, which is a glitch that allows us to walk through walls, and it lasts for like 3 minutes. It's going to be very useful to traverse this next segment really fast. It's also going to allow us to get the 2 titanium bolts that we mentioned. So first Mathias gets this item, the refractor. It's not really needed to complete the game if you know the correct skips, but it's used for like 2 or 3 skill points.
Yeah, and one of those skill points is right here on the laser defense facility. So Mathias is going to be trying not to kill a lot of enemies. Especially in the second half of the level, because what's going to happen is after we get to the end of the level, we're going to do a death abuse. There's titanium bolt number 3, by the way. But at the end of the level, we're going to do a death abuse, and that will effectively complete all of the puzzles because the game thinks we're done already.
I don't have my menus. I don't have my menu stuff set up for this, but what about okay?
Mathias is going to do something called an SI, stands for slope intercept, and it's just what we use to refer to any technique that lets you climb up slope surfaces. Due to Ghost Ratchet, they're able to, they wouldn't be able to do this without Ghost Ratchet. Yeah, that's titanium bolt number 5 or 4?
Number 4.
Okay, cool. Already losing count, jeez.
10% of the way done with titanium bolts, at least.
These guys are pretty useless at shopping beaters today. You kind of get used to the speed of how fast the product is just to annihilate your own Krogan. This is pitifully slow by comparison. Here we go.
Yeah, so
I believe ultimately you'd want to take a bit of damage to make them go a bit faster, but...
So one of the enemies a lot, sorry about that, one of the enemies you've been seeing a lot are these like aliens called Tyrannoids, and some of them appear in these mechs that have like 2 arms that shoot lasers, and the game doesn't outright tell you this, but it is kind of hinted at in the description for a skill point. You can redirect those lasers as well. It doesn't just have to be these lasers that you're that are used to complete puzzles.
And the funny thing is that the lasers from these guys are significantly more powerful than the normal lasers you see flying around. Is he actually gonna shoot me?
Mathias is trying to manipulate an enemy that's pretty far away to
probably gonna be, but
Yeah, this enemy
Yeah,
is
I guess
pretty...
we're gonna have to go back to the early part of the level to
Yeah.
finish off the skill point.
it's not too bad.
Yeah, that particular laser enemy is a little difficult to get it to hit you when you're on the ledge. So there's skill point number 2.
It's probably as fast as just run back. Or just run back, so
Yeah, might as well.
Alright, so with that being done, we have our first revisit to the Phoenix. We come back here like many times throughout the run. And there's going to be 2 things of note. First is this mini game called a Quark vid comic, a 2D side scroller centered around Captain Quark.
You have it here, who you wouldn't really have actually seen in the previous game, and this bit kind of the speedrun apart from that. Covered in
Captain Quark was kind of like...
covered in sewage action figure you gave to the fanboy, but other than that, you barely saw Quark himself at all. Yeah.
He's kind of an afterthought in Going Commando, but in this game he plays a crucial part. The other thing of note, however, is a strat that Mathias is going to do, which, I think this strat's insanity will speak for itself.
Not the...
Yeah, the first thing we gotta do is suck up a box with the suck cannon, which is a thing you can do. But then when you swap weapons before it's fully sucked up, it makes the box behave in a very unusual way.
If I can... Actually, sometimes my consistency in this wanes in and out, essentially.
Mathias is still new to doing this trick, so it is kind of tricky to do if you're like new to the game, but eventually it becomes second nature, and there we go. Now Ratchet has just been yeeted across the map.
And titanium bolt number 5.
I've never seen anyone land in that room without collecting a titanium bolt.
And skill point number 4, or number 3, I think.
You know what? I'm gonna open up my notes app and just like write all this down.
Yeah, so that just skipped to the end of the VR training that normally unlocks after Planet Tyrannosis. So, because we effectively just skipped Tyrannosis, we won't have to go there until like the very end of the run to get all the skill points and bolts and stuff.
I think we have 3 skill points right now, so yeah. So there's a little bit of techniques that we use in these vid comics where you punch and then jump right after.
Decent elevator.
It's your speed. Mathias survived the elevator. That elevator is RNG and pretty much everyone hates it. It's a very big, pretty annoying.
Yeah, and then there are 3 important things that we have to do in every vid comic. First, we have to collect all of the Quark tokens. This will unlock a titanium bolt once we collect the 100th token. We also have to get all of the health tokens. There's 1 in each level. And then there are also target times, which unlock skill points. So those are the big 3 things we have to do in each vid comic. At the top level, the target times for the skill points are pretty trivial, so we don't have to make any really big sacrifices to get those.
Yeah, like most of the time when Cycle vid comic 1 isn't too much trouble. The only one that, whereas 2 and 3 can be troublesome, 4 most of the time is basically a given for me. I think 5 remains to be the only one that I haven't ever gotten in one cycle before. So...
Yeah, I think VidComic 4 is like by far the most lenient target time for the skill point.
Alright. So close.
Oh, barely missed the 2 cycle there. That's okay. As long as we get the skill point, we're good.
Barely. I think the time for that is 2:15 exactly, but yeah.
Yep, that's skill point number 4, and titanium bolt number 6. So
Right,
now that
so-
we did the VR training skip, you know, the crazy skip just before the vid comic, we actually have 2 places we could go. We could either go to Dax or we could go to Annihilation Nation. And I think Matthias is going to
Yeah.
go for Annihilation Nation.
I
first.
go Dex first. Sorry, just to give myself
Dax
just
first.
to give myself the charge boots.
Dax just for the charge boots, and then you're gonna.
No, no, I
Go straight to
I do
Annihilation?
Dex. I do Dex its entire vehicle because I might as well while I'm here. But I prefer to have the charge boots for Annihilation Nation.
Pretty sure that's what's faster anyways, so we're saving time here. So
Yeah,
yes,
we're
and
doing
yeah,
a camera flip. This is a trick with the camera, since
like
it's
it.
a physical object in the
Like
game.
Doesn't
If
wanna-
you position it correctly and then backflip directly into it, it'll boost you up to the ledge, skipping the entire path. And there's also the first character trophy we're getting in the run.
the
plumber.
Oh, what?
briefly alluded to this in yesterday's run, the camera flip, but now you get to see it in action. It's not that useful in this game compared to Ratchet 1
I should have paused
and
after
2.
the
Oh, now we have the charge boots, which you double tap R1, get a burst of speed, and if you hold L1, you can convert the speed into other moves. Sometimes you don't even need to hold L1 if, say, for example, you're falling off a ledge. And you can also combine the charge boots with the weapon called the Plasma Whip for techniques. We won't go into like every single little detail, but pretty much anything, like any charge boot tech that you see, it probably fits into one of the 3 descriptions I just
here we
gave.
go.
And there's the V5 shock cannon. So now we get to see just how busted it is. And we also get to see how busted the charge boots are.
Surprised it made it, honestly.
Yep, there's titanium bolt number 7.
I've tried doing the jump from through the door. I've had to always do it with an install essentially. I haven't been able to do it from like a standstill without it essentially. So
Yeah, this like facility has a
Oh,
good
damn it.
amount of ways to go out of bounds.
Oh,
yeah, that's
bonk on the wall. There are a few decorations in that wall which barely let you bonk on them when you go. Like normally the walls are one way, so you can just charge straight through the back side of the wall. But that one has a couple decorations that can mess you up. So that was very unfortunate positioning there. This is going to give us the coordinates to Obani Gemini. And then we're going to do the other path at the same time, now that we have the V5 shock cannon. We're going to buy the Plasma Whip, as Sajbin mentioned earlier. And at the same time, Matthias is being very careful not to get rid of his Hyper Shot. You'll see in the top left corner, there's the 3 weapons that Matthias has last used. And if they get rid of the Hyper Shot for any reason, it's gone until they go back and do VR skip again. So we don't want to do that.
The only reason they got it in the first place is because you can't be in the VR area without the Hyper Shot, because the whole purpose of it is to teach you how to use it. So obviously if you're there, you have to have it.
I should have bought ammo.
Because Matthias didn't enter from the way they wanted you to, it's not in the gadgets menu, so they only have half ownership or something. This warship right here may look skippable, and it is.
I should have.
But
yeah, I was gonna go
but if you,
buy ammo. So
if you avoid fighting it, when you visit in the story, you're supposed to visit Annihilation Nation twice. The first time you'll have some obstacle courses and some arenas, and then after you complete this part of Dax, there's a cutscene where Ratchet and Clank will discuss a revisit, and there will be even more obstacle courses and challenges. And even though we watched the cutscene where they get the idea to return to Annihilation Nation, a warship, the destruction of the warship is what causes the game to unlock this second set of missions. So if Matthias were to just go to a nation, they'd have to come back here and defeat the warship. It's a very strange way to set up the level triggers, but it's what Insomniac chose to do.
It was, I think, some of the best shotgun weaving I've ever done.
Shock cannon weaving is what Matthias did to kill the boss there. Basically, the charge shot for the shock cannon at V5 is a huge plasma beam, and it stays on screen for about a second. So if during that second you move it off the boss's hitbox and then back on, you can hit it multiple times, up to 3 times for most bosses. And the warship is particularly difficult because its hitbox is quite big, so you have to move very precisely to get 3 hits on it.
Shock cannon weaving is one of the many skills that you struggle with at first, but the top level runner will be able to do it with ease. So apart from like good movement and execution of tricks, you gotta be good at wiggling Ratchet to the left and to the right. Annihilation Nation, it'll have this vid comic at the end of this gauntlet, and then there'll be an arena battle, which is a pretty basic battle. So this level has a lot of skill points, some for completing all the obstacle courses, one for completing any obstacle without
we got 2 here essentially. Which were the
so that would be skill point 6 and 7, I think.
Which were the non-weave ones? 3 and 5?
I think we're actually
it's 3 and 5.
Yeah.
Because those are the ones with the blade enemies.
I'm sure we're actually on skill point 6 right now, but I could be wrong. We had Path Death, lasers on Arcadia, and what's the third skill point we had gotten?
Third skill point was the VR training.
Yeah.
And then fourth was VidComic. So that would be 5 and 6 here on Annihilation Nation.
Okay, we're on track. So, yeah, this is also the level where completing everything here gives you a trophy on the Phoenix, so you're going to be seeing this again later.
Much later, though.
Yeah,
like at the end of the run.
It's basically just about the last thing that you do in the entire thing. I wasn't good enough with my ammo, so...
Yeah, if you do it really well, you can clear basically all the rounds with shock cannon weaving. But, you know, having to take 1 or 2 rounds with the nitro launcher isn't too bad. So now we've unlocked the Tira guys. This is important for unlocking Aquatos in the story. There are also some movement tricks you can do with it, but they're very difficult, so we probably won't see too much of that from Mathias.
Basically, as far as you'll see, is like the triple jump, kind of. Or like using it as like the starting boost and then doing a high jump out of that. I've tried. The episode I did one IJ for the All-Star route, but that's been obsoleted now. So
yeah, the Tira guide is useful because it allows you to do infinite jumps, but to pull off the infinite jumps is really difficult to the point that most people wouldn't even bother learning a category besides Entry Plus. The old VR skip for any percent involved 20 or so infinite jumps, and you can imagine most people hated the category, with that being one of the reasons. Now right here we're coming up on the skill point number 7, Feet Scorpio with the wrench. You saw Matthias pulled out a purple double-sided lightsaber. That does more damage to this boss, and is also going to be useful for another wrench-only skill point later. but they will swap back to the original range eventually due to struggles with a skill point involving hitting a monkey. Have you done the camera skill point yet, or no?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Yeah,
cameras
that was on the first mission.
Okay, so...
Yeah, so now we're working on skill point number 8 here. There's a skill point for clearing all of the gauntlet challenges. So we just have to get to the end of all of these missions here.
A lot of these follow the same routes, and you can even utilize Ghost Ratchet to save a little bit of time.
I think I've tried that, but isn't.
Yeah, the Ghost Ratchet strats are quite difficult, so you'll only see that in like the top 1 or 2 runs of the game.
Almost didn't work. That was a little too close for comfort.
Oh yeah, there's also a titanium bolt somewhere around here. It's on a brown ledge.
Yeah,
pretty easy to find.
Gone past it. So generally for the both titanium bolts, I get them in the same mission just to make sure they haven't forgotten them. Essentially.
Yeah, because the other titanium bolt, casually you can only get it during one of the missions, and I think I forget what it's called.
Maze of Blaze.
Maze of Blaze, yeah, that's it.
And that Maze of Blaze only unlocks, it's one of the ones unlocked from the warship, so you can't even get it on the first visit here without using speed strats.
Okay, this one, Maze of Blaze.
Yeah, the easy way to remember it for runners is that when you're doing the menuing here, for the first few you only have to go down like 2 or 3 menu inputs to get to the gauntlet that you have to do next. But once you get to the ones that unlock from the warship, you have to go down like 6 or 7 inputs. So that's how Matthias knew this one is Maze of Blaze. So we got Titanium Bolt number 9, I believe.
8.
No, we got 8 on DAC.
Oh, right.
Because the first one on Dax was 7, so this has to be 9. And number 10 right here.
Wow,
and it looks like Matthias is going to go for an insta-whip, a little corner cut strategy here.
Considering I'm the one that's trying to keep track of the skill points and bolts, kind of ironic that I keep forgetting which ones we pick up.
So you can see there's a lot of arena missions, which we'll be doing later. The ones in Going Commando had some decent twists added to them, like defeat this many enemies in this amount of time with this weapon. They take it up a notch and up your arsenal, and they add like even more twists, like sleeping gas that takes down your health by 1 health point every second or so, cycling weapons, timed rounds, and even more challenges that are identical to Going Commando's Impossible Challenge.
They've got much better. This is the last one, yeah.
Yep, the Annihilator's the last one.
Yeah, they've got much better kind of bosses, arena bosses here as well. I think Mega Compete is still kind of considered the second worst boss in Ratchet 2 behind what, but...
You know what? It's so bad that we can't even utter its name. No, I'm not making fun of you, I just, I don't think anyone disagrees with...
I try to be clever there, and Cosby. Sometimes I just have to decide to slow down, and... Because I've been...
That's totally fine though. I've probably taken more deaths in good runs of this category.
Yeah.
Like even at the top level, this is one of the hardest splits in the entire run. Because there's just so much movement.
This isn't even the fastest like method to doing it. Like, even if we were to discount Ghost Ratchet, There's ways of doing the movement using the plasma whip that are from a visual standpoint they look easy, and I mean to me they kind of are second nature at this point, but you know at this level like pretty risky. It only saves a couple seconds, so yeah. Nation looks easy from like a viewer standpoint, and admittedly very nice looking from the movement, but pull it off correctly is very difficult.
Alright.
So now we're done with all the skill points and all the titanium bolts here on Annihilation Nation. So you'd think we're done, but no, we do have to come back later for all the arena challenges.
Yeah, I got into a bit of a habit a while ago, of course, because there's 2 moons here in 2 parts. And because the second one of the game is kind of referred to as Obani Pollux, I figured, well, this first one must be Obani Cassidy, because that's the other twin star in Gemini, but whatever. Okay. I've completely lost where I was supposed to go, that's fantastic. But...
Yeah, so on the first section here, there is a titanium bolt in a cave, and there's also a skill point for landing on one of the asteroids that are circling overhead.
It's this one right here, isn't it? Yeah. It sometimes gets pretty disorienting when you do. Okay, so those flat tops there. Just got to be careful with when you time the jump. We need to take a hello. Thank you. Ow. That hurts.
Yep, here's a fun little strat found by strat hunter Joao. You can just hit the inside hyper shot node through the ground.
I'll take a death and I'll sit with back in the ship because I know roughly I know where I'm supposed to go from no QE, and besides Pollux can be pretty tedious, so here we go. It's meant, normally it's meant to be this big puzzle all around the solving the space puzzle, but you can just do this.
Yeah, it's supposed to be this big refractor puzzle where you go all around the map, hitting lasers onto satellites. We don't want to do that. We just want the jackpot crate over here, get some more money, get some more experience. Just make our way through the level and get the other titanium bolt that's hidden under the bridge here.
If I'm correct, this is titanium bolt number 12. And the asteroid skill point, I believe, is number 9.
It's 9 or 10. Hard to remember this one.
Ah, damn it.
We'll see how well we can keep track of this. We'll
it's
have
not
a little bit of fun with this.
So similar to the jamming array from Ratchet 2, the charge boots here work a bit differently, basically. And that they say keep their speed constant throughout, basically. They don't start off super fast and then slow down the longer you hold them for. There is a skip that you can do from the bridge all the way over to here, but that's pretty finite, pretty tight in terms of timing, so...
Yeah, it's either like a tight 2-frame window with precise precision, precise positioning to do 2 long jump, or you have to do infinite jumps, which are also really hard. So now we're going to head back to the Phoenix again, and we're going to unlock Aquatos.
A lot of the times the Phoenix is just come back purely to get the coordinates for the next planet, so... I can pause the game. Where is it?
Yeah, and this is the skill point Sag being alluded to earlier. It can be a little glitchy if you try to do it with the lightsaber, so we just switch back to the regular wrench. So that should be skill point number 10. And we're heading to Aquatos, which has 2 skill points, I believe, and
Correct.
5 titanium bolts.
The 2 skill points here are breaking every box that is hidden underwater, and then one of them is going to take like 15 or so minutes, and it's for collecting every sewer crystal. If you were here for PBSPI yesterday, this is identical to the skill points Matthias did on Tabora and Grelbin, but now instead of a big field of nothing, it's a giant maze.
Yeah. And I said it back then, but I think I do prefer the Aquatic version with like the levels of tunnels rather than a giant open field. It's much more interesting to me, but I'm probably in the minority for that.
I do not care much for either of them.
I know you don't care for either of them. It's just which one can you tolerate more, shall we say?
I suppose maybe Ratchet 2's, because honestly I don't know.
You can, yeah. Ultimately, you can get across here without Skid doing this, but I've gotten pretty frustrated where I haven't been able to get it, so I just kind of decided, yeah, I'll just eat the time loss of them solving it. Okay.
So the first titanium bolt in this level is hidden in this door. You're supposed to come back with a gadget called the Trespasser, the Hacker. If you've played this game casually, you'll know the Hacker is fun for about 5 seconds, and then it kind of overstays its welcome. Here we get through with a camera clip, which uses the camera once again, similar to the cam clip that we mentioned earlier. And then in order to easily exit this tube, Matthias is going to swap to the Tira guys, which turns you into Tyrannoid, and go into a little spot where the hitbox of the Tyrannoid will just start like kind of falling, and after a few seconds you die and you'll respawn at the start of this segment.
Is it? I thought, is it this way?
No, it's to the right, I think, of that.
Back when I was starting to properly learn this new route, I just I could never find which one it was, so I just go around all of them and try and test them. Is it this one? No, is it this one?
Yeah.
The easy way to remember it when you're going fast is it's just 5 o'clock on your stick after the titanium bolt animation.
Aquatos is skipped in like 3 of the 6 categories, which is kind of a shame because that's actually really neat speedrunning wise. It's a very cramped level, so that gives potential for tons of ways to clip through and break it. Although if you're not a fan of the sewer crystal collecting, then yeah, I suppose you might not find it that interesting in this category or all collectibles. But otherwise, it's pretty neat. Got a good skill ceiling. Very much tests your movement. So that is the first underwater section, the first set of crates that we have to destroy. Also, I don't know if I counted this titanium bolt. I think I didn't, so I'll update the count. We'll see by the end just how off I got. That's titanium bolt number 14, I think, which is one of the funniest like titanium bolts in the game, because in the first 2 games the collectibles are, they kind of put a lot of thought in how to hide them, but in Up Your Arsenal with the more linear levels, they have a lot less of opportunities to hide stuff, and that one looks really last minute. Titanium bolt 15, hidden underwater, and skill point number 11, once Matthias blows up every crate.
Assuming I haven't forgotten that one stack of crates again, because that's happened a lot recently. There you go.
Alright, so we've got everything done in this first section. The 3 titanium bolts here and the skill point here. Next we have a Clank section, which won't have any collectibles. We're just gonna do a little bit of Clank, a little bit of Tira guys puzzles. This is what the gadget is actually intended to do, is to talk to other Tyrannoids in a little stealth mission. And then after that, we'll finally get to the sewers, where we'll get the other 2 titanium bolts, and we'll get most of the way done with the other skill point.
Optimally, a top level run can get all the crystals, but because some of the more advanced hero guy stuff, I can't get. There's like one section that I can't access in the sewers right now, so I'll get most of them, but then I'll come back after I've got the gravity boots for the last section, basically. So it's slower, but it's not that bad, basically.
Plus,
so,
when Matthias comes back, it's going to be in challenge mode, which means the sewer crystals that we cash in at that point will be 10 times as valuable for bolt.
Also, these show guys sections suck. Thankfully, I only had to do 2 of them. So, a case of it probably being a little bit too lazy and not putting absolutely everything everywhere having collision, so you can just walk
Important question for chat here. Do the alarms on Aquatos scare you? We're dying to know.
Dying to know. As a kid, yes. As an adult, no. I just find them annoying now.
Yeah. The first time it kind of jumps you because you didn't realize that they actually shock you. They don't actually make a sound, as it turns out, on the PS. I don't know if they ever did on the PS2 version because it's been so long since I've played that. But yeah. Sewers time. Oh boy. Let's see how well this goes.
Yeah, so the first thing we're going to do is a little bit of a skip. We're going to jump onto one of these platforms from the water.
No, I've lost a swing shot.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you have to go. I have to go back and grab it. So
You can actually reload here, assuming you didn't overwrite it in a previous level.
I overrode it. I'm pretty sure I would have overridden it when I picked up. I assume I would have overridden it when I bought the turrets.
The turrets, yeah.
So I'll try that. So I don't think it's going to help very much. So it's partially screwed up my route, but it'll be okay. I can work with it.
Yeah,
and
the swing shot is important to access one of the sections here.
And the titanium bolt.
Yeah, it's gone.
So we're gonna have to take a detour here. Talk to the plumber real quick.
So, yeah.
Make our way back to the Phoenix and grab the swing shot again.
Yeah. It's slow, but there's not much we can really do about it.
Yeah, it's gonna take us, what, like a minute and a half? 2 minutes, maybe. It's a 5-hour run, we got time.
Now I've made myself comfortable in bed. Perfect way to witness this run.
Oh yeah, since we did finish the the main mission of the planet, we have unlocked Tyrannosis now.
Yeah.
So that's what that cutscene was. We were gonna come back here at some point anyway, so
Yeah, usually I do
that
it, but
doesn't mess up
usually
the
I do
route.
it, yeah. Usually I come back to here to pick up the Aquatis quarters to pick up the Luga quarters after Aquatis anyway. Just so I don't forget them. Or the Tyrannosis quarters. Before Ruga. Come on. I've got the I can actually get it this time. That would be very helpful. I don't have to exit it properly. I just have to pick it up like this, basically.
Yeah, just grab the item, take a quick death, head
And
back to the ship.
Don't lose it, and don't lose it again. So, yeah, but because we've gone through the section, we do have we can just easily go back to the sewers from here. Thankfully. So,
Unfortunately, this does spawn us by the plumber, so we're gonna end up doing these sections a little out of order, I guess.
it'll be.
But that's not a huge deal.
It'll be okay, basically. I pick up like 3 extra ones here, and then I'm back on my. I'm back doing the route that I planned out, essentially for. So it's here, and then it's take the teleporter twice to get to this bridge. Yep. And then. Oh, no. If I could please get up here. There we go. Okay. I forgot the boat. There we go. So I'll hold on to it just to be safe.
So since we already had 5 crystals starting out this section, we're gonna look for 25 when we leave. This is one of the smaller sections of the sewers. You can see the walls are pink here, and there's no green water on the ground. This is a section that you're only supposed to be able to go to after you get the gravity boots. But when you have the gravity boots, you're only able to walk around these sewers, so it is very slow to do it after you get the gravity boots. And then you'll see some of these big monsters only spawn after you kill the crystal that's next to them, so there's a lot of little optimizations that can be done, like shooting the crystal and the big monster at the same time. Top level sewer crystals is just really cool to watch. Even if you have no idea what's going on, the movement looks nice.
Okay.
And conveniently there are these ammo rooms spread throughout the sewers so that we don't have to loop back to vendors all the time.
There is an item in this game that you get called the Map-O-Matic, with its purpose being to show you secret areas of titanium bolt and stuff like that. It could be useful for a newer runner of the category, except you can only get it after you have unlocked the gravity boots, which hinders your movement a lot, so we have to resort to making our own maps, or simply memorizing sewer layouts.
Which, yeah, so... You can tell, this is kind of counted as a new season because the lights are red instead of yellow.
And that was my bad earlier, I spread misinformation. This is not the section of the sewers with only 20 crystals. We're definitely looking for more than 25.
I haven't been as smart with my ammo as I should have been. That's not the right path. Hopefully we can get like a actual level up or something. Here we go.
Another thing to note about the sewers, you can see it's getting a little bit laggy. This happens a lot on PS3 because, well, the way the PS2 handled lag was it just skipped frames, you know, dropped down to 30 FPS. But on PS3, the game actually slows down, so it's actually optimal to take deaths at the end of each section that you do here. Specifically to avoid lagging so much.
I didn't want to death abuse there.
Oh, there's something I didn't know.
I did not want to death abuse there though. Oh, whatever. I had to go back to that section.
Yeah, these PS3 ports,
not
kind of infamous for having...
Not the greatest things in the world ever.
Yeah, they have their really bad lag spots, and it kind of gets progressively worse with each game.
Yeah.
Forget where Ratchet 1 and 2 can lag. I know Battalion can lag. But for Ouya, some of the free falls as well as the sewers, and then Deadlock that's like everywhere.
Ratchet 2 tends to lag just whenever there's an explosion near the camera.
Cool.
Like when you shoot the mini nuke, the gravity bomb, when a ship explodes really close to you in one of the ship missions.
I've noticed like the bounce is probably the most infamous case of that for me. So you can kind of...
I guess we should update the titanium bolt counter. We did get both of them from the sewer section already, so we should be at 17 now, I think.
I think 17 it is.
So I just... No, okay, so here, yeah. This was the last one that I had to kill in this section. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Screw it. No.
Oh no.
So,
Just a random hole in the ground to take you back.
So, yes, we're doing that loop again. I really do just have to be more active with this stuff. So, quite possibly the worst quarters we ever had, but whatever. Hopefully the run improves from here. Do is I can go all the way down here instead, which should hopefully skip that.
Yeah, this section shouldn't have any holes in the ground. Much better.
Now you can see there's water on the floor again, so... Slingshots.
Do we need it again after this? I don't think we do.
That's right.
Because we got Gemini already.
Yeah, we've done.
So the only place you might use it is like to get Ghost Ratchet on Zelda and Starport, but that's an old strat, you don't really need it anymore.
No.
Real ones remember these Ghost Ratchet strat.
You can kind of tell I'm falling apart a little bit already. Whatever, we push on. What I need right now is like a health upgrade. It's not fun to die in this, but
Yeah.
at least not.
One unintentional death in this section tends to snowball into a lot of weird mistakes, because now you're retracing your steps, going through sections where you normally get crystals, but there aren't crystals anymore. It's all very unfamiliar, and it's easy to get lost here.
Thank you. So then, yeah. So straight down here. Okay, one more section of the sewers for now.
I'll take this quick chance to mention, shout out to the composer David Bergyaud. A lot of people, when they talk about their favorite OST in this game, they'll probably, like, one of the most common answers will be, like, the track that plays here. And I kind of, like, grown to appreciate a lot more of the eerie levels in these games that are just, you know, calming and stuff. I've been on my own internal monologues about, like, game aesthetics with, like, graphics and choice of colors and stuff, so even if you're not a big fan of, like, the Aquatic Sewers, you gotta at least commend how they make it feel very deserted, despite the fact that there's constantly birds attacking you.
That's right, I did this. And then yeah, it's up here. Oh, no, come on, come on. Almost there.
Shout out 24/7 Yu-Gi-Oh! For hitting us up with a raid.
Okay.
You're just in time for the sewers.
Hopefully the end of the sewers. Please tell me there's some health in here. There is.
Interminably boring section.
Oh,
it kind of
revived.
is.
Revived by the nanotech upgrader.
Nice
Yeah,
revive glitch on display. Something that's very rarely used intentionally. If you're in the air when you get a nanotech upgrade, you can revive from 0 HP. It's possible. And it just happened on your screen.
Can also be seen in the any percent world record and Dr. Nefarious. And yeah, this section's a bit boring. The category is kind of prone to having a lot of sections where there's not really much to talk about.
So
very grindy category.
So that is all the sewers for now, hopefully. And it's actually looking like it isn't too bad on time loss, all things considered, but if I have missed any crystals, then I will have to go back for them kind of normally with the reboots, which is going to be tedious and slow. But okay. So
yeah, at the very top level.
Yeah.
At the very top level, the entirety of the Quados takes about 15 minutes, and about 12 of those minutes are in the sewers. So it's not too bad, especially compared to some of the grinds you're gonna see later.
I'm not sure what I was doing there. I must have been kind of been up one, but whatever. Okay.
But yeah, back to your regularly scheduled gaming. We're going to Blackwater City, which is our next major ranger mission. And this one has no titanium bolts and 1 skill point, which we're gonna go for on the first mission here. Basically, you have to kill a lot of enemies with the Ren.
I believe it's 40, but I haven't properly checked those numbers.
This level is kind of where we start to see this game's difficulty balancing is kind of interesting. This game is really difficult casually, and really more so than a lot of the other games in the series. By this point, you're kind of... Yeah, as you can see, Matthias dies very quickly. By this point, kind of expected to have bought an armor upgrade or two and have way more than like 36 health. I think here you're supposed to have like 50 to 60, but we don't have that. In fact, in other categories like any percent and all titanium bolts, you'd have even less. At least that was prior to us finding skips for these missions. Not viable in this category due to the ranger mission trophy though, and the skill point. But yeah, this is kind of where the difficulty balancing starts to kind of show its its issues.
I wasted it.
Alright, sneeze.
Yeah, and the difficulty spike here is kind of our fault. We did skip Tyrannosis completely for now. So, it's a little bit our fault. But, yeah, it's really annoying.
I should have just tried to knock out the sources immediately.
Yeah, the nice thing about this skill point is that you can use weapons on the more problematic enemies without voiding it. So it's not as bad as like Wrench Ninja 2 on Joba in Ratchet 2.
It was just I was actually thinking of that very same skill point. Like, when you said it's not as bad, I thought of Wrench Ninja 2, where it's not kill a certain amount of enemies, it's kill like all of the enemies.
Every enemy. No, you do do it, or you do do it on the revisit because it is easier.
Yeah, I think I don't remember which games have a kill all enemies skill point as opposed to just kill some of them. Ratchet 2 is kind of the only one from the first 4 games that's infamous for a skill point like that because of that one little change in the requirement.
Todd's got one because I get every enemy with the Gulitron, or every type of enemy with the Gulitron.
Well, I know Yugi, who raided earlier, is the world record holder of, I almost said hoarder, he's hoarding world records, holder of the Todd Hundo, so he could probably, if he's here, he can give us his opinion on how awful the Groovitron skill point is, or maybe it's somehow really nice of a skill point. Who really knows?
I mean, he kind of is hoarding world records. Like, come on, man, save some for the rest of us. You have like half the records in the series, bro.
Yeah, a little shout out to you. He has the world record sweep in like a bunch of the Ratchet and Clank games. And he might very well become the first to have run every category in the series at some point.
So how many skill points do we have now, Sag? What do you think?
Let's see. Okay, so if we had, let's see. So counting this, let's see. Let me think. Okay. The 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and then I think 12 or 11.
Well, no, that's why I usually do so much with it.
Right now on my phone notes app, I have 17 titanium bolts, 12 skill points. So, we're just hoping. Also, another outcome of the way we like skip everything and don't do anything that we're intended to do is right now you can see Matthias is constantly firing or swinging the wrench after firing the nitro launcher, and the reason for that, not just because like not because it can just refresh the fire rate, but also because to avoid the level up animation. And the nitro launcher levels up really easily on this mission because by this point you're kind of expected to have the V5 version. So if you're in like the last level of the game and you have like a V1 plasma whip or nitro launcher, killing just one small enemy can level it up by a lot. Because at that point you should have had the V5 variant like many levels prior. So this is kind of the developer's way of just like saying like, hey, we're gonna help you just get it over with. I don't know if that is carried over to any other game though. In other games we have different ways of grinding weapons, so I don't really know if we get to witness this weird like thing being exploited that much there.
Alright, it's time to go to Hollow Star. And you all know what that means, right? Let's go gambling!
Gambling! Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
Yeah, we're gonna say aw dang it about 40 times usually before we can get the skill point. But that's okay.
It's a much more convenient, right? There's a much more convenient gambling session than it is in Rec 2. Because the machines are small, they're closer together, and yeah. You can get overhead once out of bounds here, but whenever I've tried, I just had like a constantly fall and I can't get out of it, so I don't know what's causing that. And they still explode in trademark Racing Clank fashion, because what else would they do? Those guys give you a chance to...
That actually did just remind me of a tweet I saw involving gambling, but the topic of the tweet might be a little too much for the marathon, so I'll refrain from saying it.
Yeah, sometimes I do just... yeah.
But the exploding slot machine concept is slightly funnier to me now.
Yeah, okay.
Going commando, the gambling skill point is like one of the most infamous things ever. But in this game, like, it's not really as much of an issue. How many people talk about it as much? Yeah, wait, that means another skill point to add it once Matthias gets it. I will be right back. I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna quickly update the titanium bolt counter and skill point counter. But yeah, I'll see you chat in a bit.
Oh, that was
in a moment.
Here we go. Here we go.
Nice, jackpot. 25,000 bolts from
It's a much bigger jackpot than even Rec 2 as well. I believe it's like 2,500 in the first game in Rec 2. Maybe it's bigger. I don't know. I haven't been able to determine how much it is actually here.
Now we just gotta work with Scrunch a little bit.
You can skip it, but just... apparently there's it because Scrunch the monkey. You can skip him. A while ago it was somewhat infamously difficult skip, but from what I've heard, it's not as terrible now, but I haven't looked into it very much.
Yeah, there's an alternate method which is a bit slower to skip them, but we don't have to worry about that. It's a 5-hour run. We don't need to do everything perfectly. So this is the Terror of Talos. What you're supposed to do is get it down to a certain health threshold, and then a bunch of ninjas will spawn. And then you have to kill the ninjas before the Terror will come back. But hopefully what Mathias is going to do here is just bait it into a corner and then prevent it from moving out of the corner. And then just effectively one-cycle the boss without having to deal with any of the ninja shenanigans.
I had him for a second, then he got out, so... just have to hold open.
Yeah, all we gotta do is get it back into the hit stuns with the jumping.
Oh yeah, and then...
And it's dead. And now we do some infinite jumps for fun, and also to avoid the jump glitch, which can happen.
It's, unironically, probably one of the best toasts I've ever had. Okay.
Very nice. So now this is the main section of Hollow Star. There are gonna be 3 titanium bolts here. And 1 character trophy. We haven't seen one of those in a while. This is Clank's trailer, so naturally we're gonna do some funny movement. That's our first turret proxy of the run, I believe. Basically, when you throw the turret, it does a throwing animation with Ratchet, and if you have a lot of neutral speed, Ratchet will be able to convert that neutral speed into upward momentum with the glove throwing animation. So there's the Clank trophy. That's number 2 for character trophies out of 9. And I have to imagine that's titanium bolt number 18.
We don't have so just miraculous counting right now, so it's a little bit up in the air. Oh.
So now we're going to do the proxy again, but we're going to head over to the right.
I thought I could be cleared up from there, but no. The invisible wall goes a bit
Not
higher.
quite.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, this is sort of a bonus path. There's a somewhat hidden gravity boot path by the ship. And at the end it has this titanium bolt, as well as another one at the top of the tower, which we just went past because we gotta get this one first. And there are gonna be little one-eyed tyrannoids dropping down, trying to kill us on our way up. So we just circle around the tower.
Right, all I can say for this one is that I hope people like the colour pink, because they're going to be seeing a lot of it. Or more magenta, I suppose. Like, violently magenta.
Yeah, this is Obani Draco. There's literally nothing here except a straight path to the boss.
Yeah, you can
and a boss fight.
Yeah, you can do like a skip around this, but it's pretty finicky to do with like Walterio Ghost stuff or Ghost and Ghost Ratchet. Again, I'll have a look at it at a later point in time, but ow. So yeah. So a lot of the humor in this game does kind of come from like pop culture references, So this game was made in 2004, so you can probably kind of gather a couple things from that as it is.
The name of the boss on this planet is Courtney Gears, who's supposed to be a pop singer. Might sound similar to someone you might remember.
And the galactic president here is meant to be like a parody of like Bill Clinton. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty because I was playing through the game with a friend. We couldn't tell if it was going to be Clinton or Bush Jr., but I think we said no. I think he eventually said no. It's definitely Clinton.
Yeah, work it.
I understand.
Shout out to this banger soundtrack for the boss fight.
I came back to Draco, it seems.
Indeed.
I'm correct.
Yeah, so we should be at 20 titanium bolts now, since there's 3 on Hollow Star.
Oh right, I actually updated it to say 19. I forgot there was another one.
Yeah, there's one by the trophy and then 2 on the extra path.
Not doing super great in terms of ammo here, so I have to hold this back. I just want to pick up both.
I think that ammo just fell off into the void. Very unlucky. Yeah, this boss fight is one of the more difficult boss fights in speedruns. Because unless you do all of your shot cannon weaving perfectly, you're gonna have to dodge a lot of attacks and unload a lot of extra weapons onto Courtney. But we're through. We're heading to Zeldrin Starport now. This has 2 titanium bolts and an important item, which is going to be very helpful later.
I believe it's the first one. I believe it's the first kind of collectible that's not a skill point, a bolt, or a trophy, actually. The box breaker.
Well, there is the charge boots, but
yeah,
I mean,
that's more of a movement thing, I suppose.
Yeah, and I guess you might count the vid comic on Annihilation Nation, but whatever. This is the first one that shows up in the items menu and actually does something for us. But yeah, that was titanium bolt number 21.
Apparently, I heard that the music for this is an 11/8. Apparently, I think it's actually 18.
yeah, it's an 11/8, and then after a certain point,
yeah,
it starts in 11/8, but then it transitions to 4. I almost said 4x4. Talking about aspect ratio is screwed up how I talk about
4x4. This game 4. Ow! Stupid. 4x4 when it's cancelled down to 1x1 because it's a square.
Yeah, no. 4/4 is the time signature in the second half of the song, but what you're hearing is 11/8. So yeah, I've updated the titanium bolt counter. This is one of the only like titanium bolts where you actually kind of have to think outside the box.
Oh, damn it.
But also, there's not much indication that it's even there, hidden behind a wall that you have to break. In fact, I think it actually requires a few shots of any weapon to break, not just like one. So
No, it just takes a little time once you get close.
Can I please actually pay attention to the game?
also shout out to Cedo Box for the raid.
So yeah, we're gonna get the box breaker pretty soon as Mathias is able to clear the level.
As soon as I'm able to get through here without dying in one embarrassing way or another.
If it helps, you can actually stand from really far back and then do a regular whiff jump.
You'll have more space as opposed to trying an insta-whip, which is what I do whenever in the rare occasion I run all titanium bolts.
And then
And
somehow
basically what the box breaker
I had that, and then I left his side foot.
what the box breaker is going to do for us is when we jump and then use the wrench, that's called a hyper strike, and anytime we do that, it's going to break all of the boxes and other breakable objects nearby and allow us to pick up all the bolts from them. So this is going to be useful for a skill point on one of the last levels in the game, and it's also going to, you know, just help out with bolt collection in general, because there are important bolt thresholds we need to make in order to finish the run. And so it'll just help out with that.
It also doubles as a way to make the bolts come closer to Ratchet from a farther distance.
Because
it combines the armor magnetizer
and the box breaker from Ratchet into one gadget. Yeah. Ratchet 1 had the same thing with like the bolt grabber, but that one did not have box breaker functionality. There was no box breaker in Ratchet 1.
Unless you want to count the taunter, but
No.
sure.
That's, yeah, I guess.
The taunter's close enough.
So this is the Leviathan. This series really has a knack for referring to things for using the word Leviathan. There's like 4 games in the series where the word Leviathan is used for something. In this case, it's just a giant ship with a lot of collectibles and not collectibles, breakables and enemies, and really good for getting bolts.
Don't count on me getting a fitty here, by the way. Don't count on me getting a fitty anytime soon.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not. Ultimately, you wouldn't do it anyways. Pretty sure you use this to like break even more boxes.
A couple of places, I suppose. Yeah. All right. Now
All right.
it's VidComic
time.
TS
On Annihilation Nation, we got VidComic 2, right?
Yeah.
You get VidComic 3 when you kill Scorpio, and then you get VidComic 4 when you return to the Phoenix here. And we have to do all 3 of them at the same time to unlock the next planet.
Yeah.
There's actually a way Matthias could have bricked the file. If they forgot to return here to unlock the Quados, they would basically be locked out of it, because the game would prioritize, like, the game would just kind of function as if you had already unlocked the Quados, and you can't really make it go back to that state.
Thankfully, we avoided that anyway with the. Yeah. I don't need to restart it, but it'll probably be easy for me anyway. I'm still. Sometimes I don't really know what happens. I just kind of stall sometimes. It's like it doesn't actually register the inputs that I'm doing.
Make the VidComic gods too angry, Matthias.
What? Yo, Andy?
Yes.
And then I do that. It's really cool to do.
One time I had a no QE run, and I referred to the VidComics in a way that did not satisfy the VidComic overlord Yo Andy.
Yeah.
I have thankfully atoned for. I like to think I've atoned for my mistakes a little bit. No, Yo Andy's chill.
By writing a
kind of
mandates that you play them.
Yeah, Yo Andy's chill. It's kind of an inside joke that he very much loves the VidComics. He's pretty good at the. We have like individual level runs for those, so it's kind of a must, at least for me, that Yo Andy is mentioned if a VidComic is mentioned.
Goodness. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting time goals here. Especially if I do that. So okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, missing the time goal here is one of the more costly mistakes you can make in this run. As you can see, this vidcomic takes around 2 minutes if you're playing pretty well for Matthias, and
No, I don't
we're
want to
gonna have to do
exit. I
this
don't
whole
want to
thing again.
exit. Because
Uh-oh.
the menus have
Oh, well.
the menus have memory. They remember the position that you were on. So because I was muscle memory, I was going to go from down to restart.
You still keep the titanium bolt though, so that's good.
So yeah, now let's just get to the end as fast as I can.
That was titanium bolt number 23.
23. Been updated. Alright, the question that we're all dying to know. What's your favorite vid comic? This goes for the three of us and anyone in chat.
That's a good. Part of me wants to say 3, I guess, because I've always kind of loved the mechanical aspects and stuff like that. But it's a bit of it sucks a bit to actually get to.
Alright, what about Scotto?
Vidcomic 5, easy. There's no other option really.
I would have said 5 like a while ago, but I think I'm going for 3 just because, I don't know, the movement in it, like pulling it off correctly, there's something that feels way more satisfying compared to the other 4. Short, sweet.
For me, I'm just pure gaming. 5 has the least RNG and the least weighting.
Yeah, fair enough. It's all mainly static platforms.
Comic 4 is pretty fun though. I don't know, it does have that one auto scroller in the middle, but I can respect the Comic 4.
It's got a got something to show off during that part line as well. Don't spoil it. No. Usually what I do with VidComic 3 is because it's so close to the start, I often just grab the health token and reset because it's so out of the way to get compared to everything else, and it's a bit of a
Yeah, and VidComic 3 is one of the most hazardous VidComics, I would say, in terms of just enemies who slowly whittle down your health throughout the level. Like, if you're gonna die to just taking damage repeatedly, it's gonna be on this one, more likely than not.
This one kind of is like not that the others aren't a test of your movement, but this one's a really good test of like how good can you maneuver Quark, especially with the constant those exploding like ball things that roll on the ground. I don't actually know what they are.
they're like barrels of some kind, I guess.
To me, they just look like tires, like big tires.
I was about to say they do kind of look like tires. I'm a bit concerned why these tires explode so easily though, but it's future.
Yeah. We didn't doubt with any of these games to say that it's the future, basically. Or some other universe.
Now we have another elevator.
This one you can't.
one's,
Yeah, this one you can't do. You can't do bounces up. Essentially.
Pretty sure you can, but not in the same way. But I may be wrong. The ending of this level is kind of where it's kind of the game checking to see how well you did throughout the level. There's all these burner things, and if you have a lot of health, you just damage abuse through them. If you have like 1 health, maybe you purposefully take a death, or you just suffer. Also, there's that. Okay, I don't see anyone point this out ever. There's just a giant photo of Quark smelling his own armpit for some reason.
Yeah, why wouldn't... What? You know, like, not what? Not like he hasn't done that before in this very game.
Yeah, it's just very questionable why Nefarious' factory would just have that. But, you know. So now this is VidComic 4 based off the planet Kerwan. It's divided into 2 halves. So first, Captain Quark's just like enjoying like his life because he had defeated Dr. Nefarious, and he so confidently says that's the last we'll see of him. And it's not, and his trainer Helga forces him to get back in shape on this fitness course. And then the second half, we actually go into the city of Metropolis, and we have to save it from being destroyed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we had
Like, in terms of like the big city levels, like Metropolis versus Megapolis, I always prefer Metropolis because, like, yeah, it's massive, but it's also got a lot of natural green stuff in it, so it feels much more kind of lived in. I don't know, it just feels nicer to be in compared to Megapolis. Alright, here we go. Up, down, left, right, circle, square, square. Up, down, left, right, circle,
He's in a
square.
2-2.
I forgot that Tina last time.
Yeah, very important to get that 10 token in the middle of the ride here, because there is a checkpoint shortly after landing here, so if you forget it and you grab the checkpoint over here, you have to restart the whole thing. And we're 1.5 minutes into the level. That would be a horrible mistake to make.
I don't think there's actually faster.
So yeah, the other VidComics have had like target times like 2 minutes, more or less. I think VidComic 3 is 150.
Yeah,
And then I think second longest time is like 250. This VidComic is 445. Like, you could probably go through this entire thing without doing any movement tech, or just some basic punch jumps, and you'll still like get it very easily. It's a very, very lenient. So this boss fight, you just spam this explosive on at him, and then when you're out of that, you just punch him, and yeah. Visually speaking, this isn't that exciting, but gameplay-wise, it's actually a nice little break from the chaos of the previous few planets. You might not like these VidComics your first time running a category that does them, but you kind of grow to just either not care or maybe even enjoy them. So next up is Metropolis, one of the few levels that we'll actually revisit later on.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing it a fair bit. Later on, so don't worry.
Here we have 3 titanium bolts, which we won't get in one visit, and then 1 skill point. So well as a character trophy. So,
Turrets and it's basically the perfect weapon already.
oh yeah, this movement tech is just another thing with the charge which you can do. I don't know if it was discussed yet, but it's called a proxy.
Yeah, it's got
Stolen from the Spyro community.
Yeah, I mentioned that on Hollow Star.
Oh,
We're
right, I
doing
was
mini turret proxies.
So I can actually
They just turn your forward momentum into upward momentum when you do the glove throwing animation.
If you watch runs of Spyro, Jack 3, or Sly, then you might hurt them already.
please throw the turrets, game.
There we go.
So the boss of this level is Giant Clunk, playing a very basic evil clone trope and storytelling here. And we fight him on this train, somewhat reminiscent of Ratchet 1's
Let's get the
variation of
turrets
this level.
I should just take a piece of use, I suppose.
It can give you turret ammo?
Well, because I used up, I had to use the turret to get up here.
I did not know it could give you turret ammo. I honestly, like, if you asked me one weapon I thought the ammo crates wouldn't give you anything for, I would have guessed it was the turrets. Yeah, some weapons in this game, like the Rhino, Flux Rifle, and Agents of Doom, you cannot get ammo for them in boxes. So, I'm more shocked that turrets do get ammo drops. And the shot cannon weaving that was mentioned earlier, I think Clunk has like either a really tall hitbox or multiple hitboxes. So we don't need to actually weave, we just jump up and down and it has the same effect.
Okay.
So far, we've actually got none of the collectibles so far on this planet.
Usually, yeah, that's just reminded me. Usually I go for the one here, so I can just put it.
Yeah, it's always good to get this titanium bolt out of the way because it is just a simple detour to get. Very easy to forget if you don't get it the first time.
56 titanium bolts.
Oh, I didn't mind. Okay, it's pulling me back here. You can. There is a backtrack that you can do that goes all the way through the level. I have done it before, but the question is that usually I can't do it faster than stuff like taking the taxi. So. Now we're gonna start now. Now a quick revisit to Florana. Now that we have the charges, we can pick up what we need, or what we're missing from there.
Yeah, luckily the game is trying to make us go to the Phoenix next, so that we can pick up coordinates for the next planet, and so that puts us in the menu right next to Florana, so we don't have to like scroll up for 5 seconds to go to Florana. Yeah, we're just getting some money. We're gonna get a titanium bolt that we decided not to go for on our first visit since it would have taken a lot longer. And then there's gonna be another character trophy as well.
The Ratchet trophy with his outfit from the first game.
Yeah, okay, I got that continue point. That's okay. But it's not this.
Yeah, the continue point isn't a huge deal. Since you have all this height up here, it's not gonna take too long to just backtrack to the ship. So that would be Titanium Bolt 27 and character trophy number 3.
Wait, are we keeping track of the trophies too?
Why not?
Hey, I'm down. 3 trophies.
I mean, we got the plumber, we got Clank, we got Ratchet now.
Alright. Crash site.
Crash
Crash
site
Site is going to be one of the hardest levels in the run because of its skill point, Suck It Up, where you have to kill a lot of enemies with the suck cannon this time.
Ironically, that skill point tagline is probably what anyone who is struggling with this skill point can really do to cope with it. You just gotta suck it up and keep going. So, skill point 17, shoot a bunch of I think they're officially called scree ducks.
Yeah. There's a few skill points in this series about this coloured the local wildlife population. Don't worry about it.
We don't endorse randomly shooting at the wildlife for no reason.
I would call it prehistoric rampage, but I think that's the one in Act 2 for doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, basically. It's basically the exact same model to boot.
This is the master plan, which is how the game will know to let us have VidComic 5 when we return to the Phoenix soonish. Here, Matthias is going to get an object called the Nano Pack. And what that does is, if you're at max health, but you open up a health crate, and the game will let you keep that health, and if you happen to supposedly die, like if you're in a situation where you would have died, the extra health will be used to revive you. Somewhat similar to that nanotech blast thing you saw on the Aquato sewers, but it's attended.
Yeah, it's like the resurrection glitch if it wasn't a glitch. So now we're going to load the file. This is going to put the game into the revisit state for this level, which is going to cause a lot more small enemies to spawn. That way we can actually complete Suck It Up. Without even having to go through the second section of the level where you climb a big gravity boot tower, we're just going to do it all in the first section.
So we'll also level up the suck cannon like really quickly to the aforementioned mechanic where you're like, okay, this is a weapon from like the start of the game. You should have had it V5 by now. We're just going to give you a lot of XP.
Plus the jackpot
And
crate
XP is...
is...
Yeah, the jackpot crate just amplifies the XP, so we're gonna get V5 pretty quickly here, I think. I mean, we're already at V4.
Ah, shit, that's wasted it. Oops.
Uh-oh.
I wasn't paying attention.
Luckily, in this game, the skill points aren't glitched. So, if you die, it just resets the counter to 0. Instead of, with the Ratchet 2 Wrench Ninja skill point, it tracks the number of enemies left. So, if you don't complete it and then you die, it just adds the total number of enemies and then you can never get it if you die. Luckily, we don't have to worry about that, so
Should be, so...
we're just gonna keep killing these guys,
There you go.
keep sucking up the little ones, and we got the skill point. And we got a character trophy. It's Dr. Nefarious. That's number 4. For whatever reason, it seems like most of the character trophies are like loaded into the last few levels of the game.
Titanium Bolt number 28. I was actually just about to say don't forget to collect it because one of the most easily forgettable ones. It's also probably the most poorly hidden.
Alright, now VidComic 5. This The very
My favorite VidCon.
with the very somewhat common video game trope of rising water, basically.
Except the water is actually acid.
Yeah. For some reason, the voice lines don't actually play on the first time you load it in. But
Yeah, if you restart the level, which we're not gonna do unless we have to, but if you restart the level, you'll hear Dr. Nefarious and Lawrence talking, and Lawrence is like, "Why don't we fill the city with boiling acid?" Pretty funny.
also, yeah, I play a lot of the top runners play this game in the 4:3 aspect ratio because the PS4 does support outputting to that, and the game is compatible with that. So I don't do that, but you can kind of see some of the errors that have come with. Oh, now we've died. The voice lines come back. So
Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing that people who mainly run Going Commando and Up Your Arsenal play with their PS3s in 4x3. People who primarily run the first game or Deadlock run in 16:9. I run in both, corresponding to the game that I just mentioned.
this is bad. This is bad. Yeah. Okay. We definitely. Yeah. So.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, restart, and I guess we get to hear the voice lines now.
Yeah, they had started after I died, but
Yeah, this level also has an instance where you can't collect like all the health tokens, and like
you can't.
like the health token is on a separate path to some of the regular tokens, and this is not like on in any other vid comic.
So yeah, if I could. Yeah, this is why I play. This is why I usually play Vicos with. This is why I usually play Vicos with a D-pad instead of the analog stick. I know that's the general consensus for what people do, but that's what I do. So I'll essentially, because I'm least likely to get, but I'll go through and hopefully get both all the tokens and the time go in one run, because those are the only things that require to actually finish heal, and then I can come back on a revisit afterwards and get the health token. Because you can get the health token and just quit immediately. I suppose the titanium box is the same, but you have to go much further to get good for the titanium box than this health token.
Plus, if you finish with all the tokens, you get a lot more bolts. So it'll be a little bit less grinding later.
Alright, if I'm correct, we are now at 29 titanium bolts and 19 skill points.
And 4 character trophies.
Oh yeah, and 4 trophies, yep.
Slowly but surely we make progress.
So yeah, not sure why the pop-up for the new coordinates is to an asteroid belt. It's a single planet-sized asteroid.
Oh yeah, also we're gonna go on to 20 skill points because there's a skill point if you get everything in the vid comics. All 5 time skill points, all 5 titanium bolts, and all 5 health tokens.
The time skill points are separate, so it's just all the tokens. So all
Really?
all the normal core tokens and then all the health tokens.
I could have sworn you also needed the time skill points, but actually no, that makes sense because I remember as a kid I didn't get time skill points, but I got the Strive for Arcade Perfection, which is what that skill point is called. Yeah, it makes sense.
So yeah, you can kind of see the 16:9 era just on the left side there because
It also provides a funny advantage in VidComic 1. Is some enemies spawn, like there's a spot where the very first time you pick up a weapon in VidComic 1, some enemies spawn from the left and on the right. And if you play in 4x3, you can't really see them. And if you're in 16x9, you can see them. It's not like it provides like a major advantage though. I kind of just shoot to the left and to the right, alternating, and it works out every time.
Okay, so...
Now, it does actually provide a measurable advantage in PS2, fun fact, because on PS2, the limit to where you can go is actually based on the edge of the screen. It's not a predetermined location, so in 16x9 on PS2 is technically the fastest version for VidComic 1, but it's really hard to take advantage of that time save.
No.
Oh yeah, this is a Quark's hideout.
I messed this up. Somehow I recovered it, never mind. So what?
There we go. I knew you'd be able to recover it, and I saw you had turned around. Yeah. Crash Site and Quark's hideout are just two whip jumps, one to the end of the level and then one going back, and maybe a bit of movement. So right here, Matthias is going to try and get skill point called Break the Dan, where you break a snowman, but its face is that of Dan Johnson, an Insomniac employee who passed away in 2006. And almost every Ratchet and Clank game, they make a reference to him. And then Matthias will also try and get the Captain Quark character trophy. I need to learn this movement so I can run New Game Plus all character trophies.
I do a reload here because if you die, then the game traps you behind an invisible. The game traps you behind the force field, and you have to reload to get out of it anyway. And it's significantly more annoying to get out of it from the because it's slower. So
Yeah, that was a small mistake though. On the first respawn, you don't actually spawn behind the barrier. It spawns you, like the first time you die, it'll spawn you where you got the coordinates. But still better to be safe than sorry.
I did not know this. That would actually explain like a lot of things that I've seen in my time running this game.
it's just trying to.
Yeah, and I saw the little autosave icon. Unfortunately, from out here, you still get the same checkpoint, which puts you behind the force field. So, after we get the Quark trophy, we will have to reload again.
Hello, Dan. And bye, Dan.
Fun little game mechanic there. The mini turret will go after breakables. If you upgrade it to V5, it will no longer go after breakables. So
This could be bad.
it's a rare situation where not upgrading the gun helped us out a little bit.
I'm gonna get wiped out here instantly. I mean.
You still have the nano pack, so you were fine.
Yeah. Okay, so Quark trophy. So yeah. Now this was the same video who was playing this game. This devil kind of absolutely this next devil kind of absolutely blew his mind in terms of concepts. Like, because he thought that the first time ever of the hub level being used as more like an actual level in the game was kind of something he'd never seen before playing another game. But yeah, whatever, Phoenix Rescue. This one's...
Phoenix Rescues with 2 straight lines. There will be a bit of bolt collection, probably. This is not the same level as Starship Phoenix. Like, story-wise and, you know, the loading screen and whatnot, they are the same. But there is a little bit of difference in geometry. Some doors don't open, and if you try and click through them, collision will be, like, different. Some pipes you can't stand on. such as those ones that Matthias had charged upon, you can't really stand on them like as easily or at all. So, not the same level, but you would never really know that.
No, I should have done it to shotgun wave.
There's another camera clip for you. If you have enough speed, you can just use the camera to push yourself through some walls.
And now might not be a big.
Now here comes Koros, which in categories like Any Percent and New Game Plus have easy ways to skip to the end with the suck cannon. We don't have setups for these skips that work with the fully upgraded version, so Matthias has to go with a much harder route.
Yeah, I will admit I died a lot here during the practice one that you did. This planet was not kind to me.
Yeah, this is just one of the hardest planets for 100% in general. And you'll see why, because there's a huge skill point that we gotta do.
Which is, yeah, partially why... Which is why the box breaker is really helpful here.
Right. Matthias is gonna go for a slightly faster. Hey, it worked out in the end. So you know what? I don't think what Matthias intended to do had happened. I don't know if that is what you intended on doing.
Most of the time, I just go for the bottom way. I have tried going for the top, which is the optimal way. It just has never worked out for me.
Cool. I feel at some point I might have to actually learn this proxy, even though I'm really hesitant to do so. Very difficult. So
now we start the skill point, which is for breaking as many breakables as possible. You don't have to get all of them. There are some that are like pretty far out of bounds that you don't like. They don't count every single one of them. So there's just a certain number which is really high, and you have to reach that number.
This also doubles as a great way to get a lot of bolts. There will also be 2 titanium bolts that are very close to each other, and the Courtney Gears trophy, which is very close to it. It's kind of funny that all 4 collectibles are like obtained right next to each other. By the time you're finished with the skill point here, you'll probably be around where the other 3 are, so... This level, in terms of aesthetics, is probably one of my favorite levels in the game. Very nice music, and the dark colors are really great.
Yeah, drones absolutely suck balls.
These drones are not very nice at all.
Yeah, we've already lost our nano pack here, so we gotta be a little bit careful. Because if we die, it doesn't save all of the breakables that we've broken. So we'd have to redo all of the breaking stuff all over again.
I'm surprised that did not... Wait. I'm gonna avoid talking. I'm too scared to jinx this. No jinxes don't exist, but, you know. Oh yeah, and one of the titanium bolts here, there's like a gate, and you can just like walk through that gate. There's just a small bit in the gate that you can just walk through. Try it out.
You can walk through it when you leave. You can't walk through it to get in there though. Because there's a big one-way invisible wall surrounding the gate.
Titanium bolt number 30. Skill point
You got a skill point.
22 and
Character trophy number 6.
And then titanium bolt 31.
So you might think, oh, we're most of the way done. We have over 30 of the 40 titanium bolts. Boy, oh boy, do I have news for you.
Yeah, I'll run
We're
through.
like maybe halfway done.
I'll run through it again, just for these blocks. Probably it's not as fun. It's probably not as quick as Metro, but it's more fun essentially.
Yeah, this is the last thing we're gonna do before our big bolt grind on Metropolis.
Oh, it's also a V5, right? V5 rifle as well here. Usually, the optimal way is that you get up to the top in the turret room, so you avoid breaking the jackpot brake that's down there, and then when you leave, you can stack the 2 jackpot cranks on top of each other for ×4, and that you can level up stuff ridiculously fast with that.
Yeah, this whole category is like, there's a lot of stuff that looks really cool at the top level. And it's really satisfying to do at the top level, I would know. It's just really hard to get to the top level in this game because the movement is so fast, it's so hard to control. It takes so much time to get good at it.
You can see the money coming in.
Yeah, and the main bolt grind is on Metropolis. You get about 1,000 bolts per second on average if you're doing it well. So here on Koros, we're just trying to have a bit more fun. You know, maybe we're getting closer to like 500 bolts a second. Maybe even less, but it's more fun. We just want to make the grind more bearable.
Plus, it's more like it's also like the rifle XP as well, I suppose.
Yeah, in the first half of the run, we had like a lot of things to talk about, for the most part. But in the second half of the run, you're gonna find that there's just kind of doing the same thing over and over. As I stated before, this category is really grindy. A lot of it is within the second half of the run.
So right now we're at about 650,000 bolts. By the end of the Metropolis grind, we need over 1.3 million bolts. And we do have some ranger missions to do between then and now, but it's still going to take a while.
I can get shotgun and ammo. I should hopefully be able to get up to... I should be able to get up to shotgun... Sorry, rifle V5. Guy here. Split rifle. So yeah, rifle at V5 does shred pretty hard.
It also has a built-in mechanic where, like, I don't know if it was intended, but if you zoom in with it, it actually does twice the amount of damage.
Okay.
Alright, it's time for the Metro Ranger missions, and this is going to be actually our first time in the hover ship. one of the few vehicles we can use in this game. There's the hover ship, and there's also
Just a small
a car
act
that
of,
you can.
just a small act of domestic tourism before we start.
Yep, might as well grab the one skill point that we didn't get yet. And now we're going to be right into the hover ship missions. So first things first, there's going to be a bunch of little things on the ground that we have to destroy.
These explosive charges will destroy the entire city, you know, including the section that we saw in the single player and the other section of Metropolis, all of Ratchet 1 and Tools of Destruction. I'm obviously just poking fun at the range over exaggeration. This is Titanium Bolt 32. A little funny thing about this one is there's only one mission in this set of 5 where you get to play as Ratchet. And the other 4, you're either in a hover ship or using a turret. And when you're Ratchet in this section, there's like a bunch of invisible walls, so you're confined to this tiny little space. But if you clip out of bounds and you go to the titanium bolt, when you collect it, there will be an animation, which is kind of strange seeing as there are a lot of titanium bolts that don't have an animation even though they should. And also Ratchet will clip through the gravity boot ramp and fall like onto like the floor if you do this. I've done this on the PS2 version a few times. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, so like you'll clip through the gravity boot ramp and you'll just fall to your death, right? And then you won't actually collect the bolt. Is that right?
No, not fall to your death, but the little bridge that's in front of the gravity boot ramp, Ratchet will just land on that. He can't stand on the gravity boot ramp in the animation for some reason.
Oh yeah. Also, don't mind them. Those sort of stands there at the start of this section.
Saving our kids is gonna be a full-time job as such. One of these days we'll pay you back, man.
So that's our one Ratchet mission. Now we have another ship level. This time we just kill a bunch of enemies. And it's gonna take a while.
Oh yeah,
And the Rangers are gonna make fun of us for taking a while.
We mentioned it yesterday, but the Insomnia Games Yeti Award, which goes to the developer which creates the worst thing in each game that Insomnia makes. And so for Ouya it was these stupid rocket launchers that you see here.
Yeah, and you can tell by the name of that award, it probably came from the Yetis on planet Grelbin in Ratchet 2. Because those things sucked too. And we did miss one enemy on that last tower.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah, there was a guy shooting green lasers at you. Of all the things you can miss, that's probably one of the better things to miss. Better to miss that than a collectible.
One more tower to go. Sure. Sweet time.
We're taking a beating from those dropships, requesting immediate air support.
And another ship mission. This time we have to destroy Tyrannoid dropships. Worth noting, this hover ship is almost completely optional. The only time in the main story not to get a collectible that you use the hover ship is on the final boss. So that's always a funny thing to think about. This is the first game with a hover ship like that. And if you don't go for any of the collectibles, you only ever see it when you do the final boss.
You actually do have to use it on Iridia, but it's so easy to like skip Iridia.
No, that's the car. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, you know, yeah.
Oh yeah, Iridia Mission 2, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah. And for if you're like to do a full casual playthrough, no glitches, like you still wouldn't have to use it on the final boss because you can just use the sniper and buy sniper ammo with the PDA, which some people believe is a questionable way of acquiring ammo for the sniper. Some people don't believe you could buy it with the PDA, but you know, some people believe that's a conspiracy
that is what,
theory.
yeah. So that is what gives us the mathematics. So we will be able to see, because in this game, all of the versions actually show you where the crystals are on the map.
Just for note, somebody had previously thought that you couldn't buy ammo for the sniper with the PDA, probably due to the fact that you can't get ammo for it from crates. So it's a little bit of an inside joke. So
anyway, it's time for the bolt grind. We're at 800,000 bolts right now. We gotta work our way up to 1.3 million. And we've already used up our one and only jackpot crate on our way to the titanium bolt.
Yeah.
So after this, it's just gonna be a clean like 1,000 bolts a second.
briefly saw this cutscene where Nefarious and Lawrence were standing on the air. That's because we completed the level, but we never hit that cutscene trigger, so it just caused this like weird combination where we're just standing on the air. When is it that we trigger QE again? I forgot.
After the spot grind.
Okay. So,
QE is a very complex thing that very few people properly understand, so...
yeah, it's exclusive to the PS3 versions of Ratchet and Clank Going Commando, Up Your Arsenal, and Deadlocked. And it's due to, on PS2, they kind of changed the way the save system worked. Like, when they made Going Commando, they changed the way the save system works. And when they ported it to the PS3, that save system was not correctly ported, and it left a little room for exploitation. So it won't work in Ratchet 1 because it did not have this new like autosave like protection thing. There's a few things they can kind of do. I know in Deadlock they can allow you to change the language to Japanese and maybe some other things. In Going Commando it's used for like XP stuff and can also change your skin a lot. In this category, in this game we have two main uses. We can use it in NG Plus to unlock story items in the vendor. So we'd play from Veldin to Marcadia, buy the master plan, and then we'd come back to the Phoenix and we'd be able to go to Quark's hideout. And the game would be like 7 minutes long. But in this category, we use it to make the game think we're in challenge mode. And it will give us the challenge mode benefits like mega weapons and going to 200 health. it would also mess with the health in a way, kind of resetting it when there's an autosave. There's a few other perks of it, I believe, but I can't remember them off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, on every autosave, what it does is it resets your health to 10. So like you have 0 health XP, and then it'll also increase the XP economy. That way you can level up weapons faster. And so that's ultimately why we used QE in this run, is those main 2 benefits of going to challenge mode without actually finishing the game. That way we don't have to go through the whole story again. And increasing the XP economy to make weapon leveling go faster. So now we're at 1.04 million at the end of this cycle. We're gonna have, what, like 27 cycles to go? 270 seconds. That's still 4 more minutes. What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Oh, y'all planning on going to watch any movies soon?
I've got
I was thinking about like the Minecraft movie. There was like a Minecraft movie clip that released, so.
Yeah.
What if we just time travel back 9 years and watch the Ratchet movie together?
No.
The Ratchet. Okay, if we were to edit the Ratchet movie, but only the parts where it's good, it'd be like a collective like 20 seconds. It would be the part where Clank scans Ratchet and we see Sly, Daxter, and Dan Johnson. It'd be one of the characters playing Ouya multiplayer. And then it'd be that one scene where Quark points a gun at somebody and it gets cut in half and he's like, I'm listening, in a serious tone.
Yeah. That was...
What about the scene where the Gadgetron executive says #Gadgetron?
No,
that's only in the
classic.
It's of the game, yeah. Not the movie. They don't go to Kilo in the movie.
There's this hour and 20-minute long like review of the. You just clip through that rail without.
Yeah,
Anyways.
you can. Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You can do it on CC as well, optimally. I'm trying.
That one I know of.
Just speed clip.
But I didn't know about it here. No, but there's like an 81-minute review on the PS4 game by a guy called Gaming Brit, which I'm sure many Ratchet and Clank fans dread hearing the name, but that's not the point. And a friend of mine from the Jack community, we watched a YouTube poop made out of it, and one of the funniest scenes is the original video was showing how like the dialogue, nobody like ever makes expressions when they're talking to each other, they're just kind of staring blankly. And the YouTube poop, they edit it so that Clank's head is twitching a lot, and the voice is, Gaming Brit voice is just saying like, he's expressing how it's like everyone's got problems, and it's one of the funniest parts of the video. So, one of the only good things to come from Ratchet 2016.
We're slowly getting there.
So, any speedrun categories you guys are excited to run in the future? Any other topics?
Ratchet and Clank any percent.
Yeah.
Yippee.
About Matthias.
Gotta civic your lead even further, don't ya? Yeah. Maybe AC at some point soon to you.
Mine is not a Ratchet and Clank game, it's Lego Indiana Jones, the original adventures, particularly the Temple of Doom category, which has led to me making a few jokes about the abbreviation of Temple of Doom being that same abbreviation and capitalization as one of the Ratchet and Clank games. I made a stream ping saying like, I'm learning TOD. And Eli was wondering why I was learning Tools of Destruction, only to find out I was referring to Temple of Doom. This is where I'll also give the three of us some praise, because we're all individually like
Not only are we grinding our respective games, but we're also kind of all preparing for multi-game runs in the future. Matthias with Hundo Quadfecta, Scotto with any percent Trifecta, and me with a New Game Plus Quadfecta. So that'll be fun to see like a lot of multi-game activity. Because right now I think Yugi's pretty lonely carrying the multi-game boards.
Hopefully...
Alright, we got just about 3 more cycles to go. We're looking for about 1,311,000 volts. And then after that, we're gonna grab the Scrunch Trophy, which has been hiding right behind us every time we respawn here. But we pick it up at the end, because when we collect the trophy, it gives us an autosave.
Trophy number 7. I believe all that remains
I'll go one more time. I'll go one more time.
Yeah, one more time. We want 311,000, not 310.
Lawrence and Al are remaining. Okay, cool.
So grab the Scratch Trophy, and then it's as simple as just waiting for you to save it.
So for anyone who wasn't listening during the grind, we're activating Quit Exploit by hitting Quit Game there. And what that's going to do is it's going to put us into challenge mode without actually having to beat the game. And then it's also going to make it so that after every autosave, our nanotech gets reset, but the XP economy increases, so we can level up weapons faster. And we're immediately going to take advantage of that by first going to Aquados to clean up the sewer crystals we missed. And we're going to take the opportunity to upgrade some of our weaker weapons as well.
Hopefully I haven't missed it. Hopefully I haven't missed any in the sections that I've already been in, but we'll just have to see. I suppose.
Luckily we have the map, so we can easily see where they are.
Going commando runners do not get to utter that sentence, sadly, unless they run max percent or Black Label mod.
Oh wait, no, about to shoot as well. Might as well.
Yeah, since it's challenge mode now, we've unlocked the ability to buy every weapon, even the Mega V6 weapons.
Also, get used to seeing that text a lot. Your maximum nanotech has increased.
Well, it is always nice to know when you get more health.
And we're also going to see what I was talking about earlier on Aquados. The gravity boots make moving around a little more annoying here. That's right, Flying Ragey, and it's increased about 35 times now. Oop, make that 38 times. 40 times. It just keeps going up. We got the Giga Shock Cannon. It's level 7 now.
Okay, so then over here, it's ahead.
Something mildly interesting about these sewers is, as you can see, some of the giant amoeboids have these red things on their hands. Any of the amoeboids that fulfill this condition die really easily, even to like the weakest weapons. At first somebody had believed that it was like a PS2 only thing, or like a Black Label thing, but no, they're just really weak for some reason. We just forgot to give them health. Yeah, once Matthias completes this, this will be skill point number 23. Hopefully.
Have you lost count, Sage?
Oh. We'll have to see if I lost count. I like to think maybe I kept a good count so far, but as far as I'm aware, my titanium bolt and trophy count are accurate. My skill point count is questionable at the moment, not 100% certain.
The important thing to note about the routing here is that in the world record, we do all of the Quados sewer crystals in one visit. And also in the world record, we do a little thing called weapon stealing, where when we do the Nerves of Titanium skip, we also do it in a way where we can get the Rhino for free. Now, Matthias isn't able to do that glitch due to a weird hardware thing, so...
Well, it's more that since my PS3 is what they refer to as a NAND system, it's literally too fast, if you can believe that.
Yeah.
Because...
This was
So
originally
because of that,
discovered by...
Matthias...
Well, I theorized it for ages before anyone actually confirmed it, and no one really believed me or thought to look into it until DDD just said, yeah, I'm running on my CECHE now, and trophies are too fast.
But yeah, basically, because Matthias can't steal the Rhino, they're gonna have to spend an extra 3 million bolts during this run. And luckily, by doing some of these sewer crystals in challenge mode, they're worth 10 times as many bolts. So that makes up a little bit of the difference.
Now we're done with the Quados in its entirety.
The weapon stealing, otherwise known as shoplifting, if you're based, there is an additional thing that goes along with it, an additional skip, but we aren't going to worry about it yet because we haven't gotten to a section that would be a skip.
And now we're heading to Quark's hideout. There are a couple things that we didn't get on our first visit, and the reason we're coming back here is because of the lawn ninjas that Quark uses to defend his hideout.
N60,
The lawn ninjas are
Hydra,
very weak.
Agents, lava gun, shield charge already bought, shield glove, or rift inducer too, yeah.
Yeah, the lawn ninjas are very weak enemies, so in challenge mode, with Quid Exploit, we're able to use them to quickly level up the weakest weapons, including the shield glove, quite possibly the weakest gun in the game.
Most pointless because the shield charger exists. They thankfully made a better variation of the concept in the next game, Ratchet Deadlock. But that is not the game we are playing today, so the shield weapon is notoriously not cared for. I wouldn't even say disliked. I don't see people meme on the weapon the same way they meme on something like the Taunter. This weapon is just kind of ignored. It has one little benefit though, and that's that when it's upgraded to V2 and onwards, you can actually regain some health every time an enemy is hurt from it.
The lava gun wasn't particularly liked in Ret 2 with its successive upgrade. Whereas in Ouya, that's liquid nitrogen gun.
A little funny quirk about the liquid nitrogen gun is, so in Going Commando, it upgrades to a weapon called the meteor gun, which is basically just it's basically just kind of a machine gun, but it's meteors instead of regular bullets. But since it's a different upgrade in this game, if you're playing in a language that's not English, they most likely do not correctly name it to the liquid nitrogen gun. In some of the menus, you'll still see a variation of meteor gun. Some of the dubs do call it the liquid nitrogen gun in some contexts, but not in every possible context. And I think German doesn't ever call it the meteor or the liquid nitrogen gun. So yeah, very funny oversight from whoever's doing the dubs. Knowledge was provided courtesy of Scouter Bozo.
Please get up there.
Yeah, this SI to get up here is pretty precise, landing on the railing.
Yeah, optimally you would do more Terry Guy stuff, but again, it's something I have not really put the time into learning yet.
These are also like 2014 NG Plus strats, so shout out to anyone who remembers this from NG Plus runs way back in the day. Back when they called it NG Plus to any %.
1% NG Plus. I actually learned this because like Zem showed it off for some reason, and I've always just kept it in the back of my mind. I even got the chance to show it off last year when Ricky held that any % race. I made a little video for anyone who wanted to easily skip all of Iridia. An SI and the usage of the charge boots is all you need.
I believe the spinning hydra is the last weapon that needs to get leveled up here.
I usually upgrade the turrets here too.
The turrets, yeah, true, the turrets. True, but yeah, because I have to do the turret clip anyway, so of course I need the beacon turrets.
Yeah.
That should be all the ones that I need for now. This clip is pretty sucky for me, essentially. Like, I know how to do it, it's just sometimes it just doesn't want to work, and I don't know why.
Right, so now we're trying to get the last 2 collectibles on this level. There's a titanium bolt that we skipped the first time, and there is the PDA, which is a gadget which we need for completion, and we're going to be making good use of it later in the run too.
Contrary to popular belief, it stands for Personal Delivery Assistant, not Public Display of Affection.
Okay. Yeah, there's probably some visual cue that I'm not remembering right now.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say congratulations, viewers. You've made it through 2 grinds. You made it through the Metro grind, and you've made it through the Hideout grind. There's still 2 more to go.
Unfortunately, those are the shorter 2 as well. What was the setup for this one? I've genuinely forgotten. Seems like something about lining up the corner of the quickset with that with that green icicle or something, I think. There we go.
I thought if you just stand a little farther from the corner, you could do like the normal flat wall setup, but looks like you got it.
So I want to stay on this side of the wall. And hope,
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to charge off of this out of bounds texture here. This is going to give us the continue point down here at the start of the PDA path. But we're going to charge straight to the end of the PDA path. That way we can grab the PDA.
By the P, it has been marked out by literally 250% since the previous game. There is severe hyperinflation in Ratchet Clank this.
And maybe some scalping as well.
But now we can just die and then go back to the beginning of the PDA route and grab the titanium bolt.
Number 34.
You can, I'll try it here, I'm not expecting you to get it though. Nah. So what you can do is, if you have the Terror guys and you cancel it just as you pick up the collectible, then you can move around during the animation of it.
And if you make your way to the ship, get in, and leave the planet while the animation is still going, it looks pretty funny. You can get Ratchet to T-pose as the ship flies away.
Okay.
So, if you want to see that, there's always the world record you can watch.
Now, I hope people here like the sight of ground, because you're going to be here for quite a while.
If anyone in chat has a topic to talk about, we heavily incline you to.
I should have booked. Okay.
First, though, we do get to explain Command Center. This is a very, very straightforward level. Mathias is doing a turret bounce. If you place a turret in first person next to like a wall, it'll launch you up. There's a whip jump that they're gonna do.
Okay, so we're on our way to grind number 3. And in order to do it, first we have to reach the end of the level. Because again, just like Crash Site, there's a revisit state where there will be a lot of small robots at the beginning, which give a lot of XP. So we want to reach the continue point at the end so that we can activate the revisit state here. So now we have the continue point, we just have to load our file and we'll be in that revisit state.
This revisit state goes away if I think like if you eat Dr. Nefarious or something, something like that, so it's a bit strange. You might not even know this revisit state exists. Now we begin really long grind. So Flying Ragey has asked, favorite Ratchet and Clank weapons. I'll suppose Matthias can start since they're the star of the show.
I guess probably it's gonna be like the flail #1. And probably something like the Plasma Stormer #2. Beyond that, I'm not fully sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely a Plasma Storm guy myself. Nothing really comes close to the feeling of shooting the thing and seeing all those little electric shocks kill everything in your path.
I definitely have a good amount of favorites myself. Ratchet 1 as the Devastator and the Visibomb, which really nice concepts and satisfying. Ratchet 2 has the Bouncer and Plasma Storm, which, yeah, just ultra powerful. Ouya has like a bunch of them. I think it has the best weapon selection in the series with the Shock Cannon, the Rift Inducer, the like the Disc Blade gun's really nice. And then Deadlocked has, of course, the Flail, the Supernova, the Dual Vipers.
So yeah,
There's probably a few weapons that
it
I'm
looks
leaving
like this grind is gonna be really quick. It's not.
Yeah, to explain what's going on, we're trying to get the Nano Finder trophy, which is one of the 6 big trophies, and you get that by reaching 200 max nanotech. And you know, it looks like, oh, we're almost halfway there, we're at 91, but no, it has sort of a strong XP curve. So the actual halfway point is going to be when we reach 145 nanotech.
It's almost, it might not be quite exponential, but it's pretty close to that.
This revisit state of Command Center has these drones in this little building, and they are extremely useful and easy to kill, which is why we have this particular revisit state, and we don't want to use like any Command Center variation with Tyrannoids inside the building.
And then you may also notice Matthias has been buying ammo with the PDA. That's because of Quit Exploit. It's still active. If we get an autosave, we're back to 10 nanotech and we have to start the grind all over again. And so we have to buy ammo with the PDA because the vendor is, well, when you exit the vendor, you instantly get the checkpoint which causes an autosave.
Shout out to the fusion rifle. That is also a pretty good weapon.
Actually, I mentioned it before, but coming back, like the favorite weapon stuff, the North American and the, I believe the Japanese and the Korean covers of Ratchet 2 have the Mega Rocket Cannon on them, which is the upgraded version of the Mini Rocket Shield. Whereas the PAL version had the Plasma Storm, and I always thought that the PAL version with the Plasma Storm looked a lot more kind of threatening than the Mega Rocket Cannon on the North American cover did, but maybe that's just me. Maybe.
I prefer the American covers a lot.
I definitely know that the Korean version has it because that's literally just the same as the North American cover. But I wasn't fully sure about the Japanese one. I don't have it with me right now.
Japanese one actually has Ratchet hold the mini rocket, or no, the mega rocket, and the Lancer, but the base Lancer. He holds them at the same time.
So, yeah, because Scotto and Ulrich doesn't need to actually be a good capitalist and buy the Rhino. He can just stop grinding the bolts at about 4.8 million, whereas I need to go up a lot higher than that. So
yeah, you can't shoplift if you have a NAND console.
Which is basically just the BC PS3s, and then for some reason the stupid G model that comes out to.
Is the G model also a fat PS3?
Yeah. If it's a letter, if I refer to it as a letter, it's a fat model. The slims were like 20, 21, 25, and 30. Super slims 40, 42, 43. But yeah, I swear, Sly Sonic is the biggest G. I swear, Sly Sonic is the biggest G model fan in the world.
The same week that DDP confirmed that you can't do PSN trophy stuff with the NAND model, he also had confirmed, or at least theorized, that a strat in A Crack in Time didn't work. So that must have been pretty devastating to, like, both games you want to play, you just find out in the same week you can't.
The G has no redeeming qualities whatsoever, apart from it being slightly less shit than the H model, which I had, and it lasted me barely a year, so take that for what you will. This is why I tell people to do their research when they buy fat PS3s, because a lot of them can be garbage if you don't know what you're looking for. So that's kind of why I wrote up my stupid big doc. It was mainly for the Sly people, because they require fat PS3s to be optimal for their runs. But yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. If you're into running Ratchet and Sly, you're gonna be.
You've got like, if you want to be completely optimal in both, you've got like 2 models to choose from, essentially. Because they don't have, yeah, J or K, essentially, because they're both NOR systems, so you can do the trophy stuff in here, and they don't have the crap RSX. It's in basically every other fat PS3. So they're gonna, if it's got a 90 and it's not sorted out, it's gonna die on you pretty quickly. Hence why G is crap and H is even more crap, because the heatsink in H is pathetic. But I just get really passionate about this sort of stuff, and I don't know why. So I am sorry for people who have to put up through this. We've got. Yeah, you can already see just how much it's slowed down in terms of health going up compared to at the start.
Yeah, we're still not even halfway done with this grind. We get like 2/3 of a level per cycle right now. And by the end, it's going to be closer to 1/3 of a level per cycle. Like, this curve is pretty ruthless. And I think a fun thing to note, this is probably the fastest way to grind bolts. You know, you might have saw, before we got the challenge mode, we were grinding on Metro, but I think due to the multiplier in challenge mode, it's actually faster to grind bolts here because there are a lot more enemies, thanks to all the little drones in the building. So we're getting
about
40 to 50,000 bolts per cycle, which is really good.
We're about halfway through the health grind by this point, so.
Ooh, 59,000 from that one, that was huge.
42,000.
Yeah, and this may just be placebo, but I remember when I was playing this category, I felt like the ones where I got a nanotech blast, so like every 10 levels, I felt like I was getting more bolts on those ones for some reason.
This grind is somewhat contributes to the reason why we have a category called all collectibles, which is basically just this category but without most of the grinding, and you get to skip a lot of the slower sections like the fights. One of the trophies we mentioned, the Omega Arsenal trophy, it's implied that every single weapon has to be maxed out, but this doesn't actually apply to the weapons that originate from Ratchet and Clank going commando. And so after a bit of discussion on whether we should include those weapons in the 100% rule list, we just decided we'd instead make all collectibles, and it's a nice alternative if you're into getting skill points, trophies, and titanium bolts, but maybe you want something a little more, a little less time consuming. It's about half the length of this category.
Yeah, it could be the game evolved because it will also the chocolate was blowing up some of the extra lights of the lights on the floor around it, but yeah, similar to
And you got
Metro.
50,000 there, so
Similar,
it's probably just a placebo.
yeah, similar to how on Metro you can charge through the railing with the speed clip. I've tried it. I haven't been able to get the second charge out of it, so it just immediately falls away. So it's, the timing on that seems to be fairly tight, I guess. So we might go a bit over east of it. It just depends on how things go.
I believe in hitting the estimate.
I put it at 5:15, I believe.
Yeah. There's been like a lot of marathon runs this month now that I think about it. There's these two. I had one like last week. There were 3 others. One for Deadlock No LC, 2 for Going Commando. I don't know if any other games had a marathon run in like this month. The event section of the monthly recap will be having one hell of a time.
On 60, 40 to go.
Yeah, looks like we're getting about half a level per cycle right now. Maybe even less than that at this point. And then once we're done getting nanotech, it's a little teaser. We're not even going to be done grinding for this section, because there are some weapons that we want to level up for Annihilation Nation, which is going to be our next segment after this. Or no, it's not the next one after this.
Tyrannosis and Iridia first.
Yeah, we still do Tyrannosis and Iridia, but Annihilation Nation is coming up before too long, and there are a few weapons that we need to level up because they're used on Annihilation Nation. Like, there's a challenge where you can only use the disc blade gun. There's a challenge where you can only use the spitting hydra. You know, stuff like that. So we have to get the disc blade gun to V6 at least. You know, buy the V6 upgrades for the whip and the spitting hydra.
Yeah, all the weapons that you're going to be using in those one weapon challenges. Even though you can cheese through the first bit of basically all of them.
Anyone else in chat have something they would like to ask us about? We are free to do anything. If, you know.
Okay. Yeah. Lenny's slowly rolling in, but still got a fair bit to go, so.
Glitch from Rift Apart. Looks like a cute character to me.
Hey, it's been a while since I've played RA, so...
I've never played Rift Apart, so...
Yeah, the PS3 is the newest console I own, so there's not
yeah.
a whole lot of opportunity for me to play new games.
Yeah, the most... Yeah. Like, yes, I have a PS5, but when I'm actually using it, it spends like 99% of its time basically as a PS4 Pro, essentially.
I know my newest console, my newest PlayStation is also a PS3. My newest console in general is a Nintendo Switch that I barely use.
Yeah,
I'll probably get the Switch 2
in the future. I think most people would suggest that you play Rift Apart on PC, but then yeah, you have a Mac, so...
I don't even have a gaming PC, and I do eventually want to get one when I move out with my partner, but I don't plan on playing too many PC games. I want to play like God of War, both of the Norse era ones, the Resident Evil 4 remake, maybe the PC versions of some of my speed games like Mirror's Edge or Lego games, and then I want to play the Indiana Jones game that came out recently, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. That's like all I have on my mind.
The most that I've mainly preferred consoles as well. I guess the main... There's only like 2 or 3 things that I actively use that I play in terms of games on PC, but otherwise, yeah, I'm primarily a console. I know, this feels kind of better to have my own, dedicated to have my own. Even though I think I have more PS3s than basically anyone else is active in Ratchet speedrunning. Well, I've gone, even if I only use one these days.
Just have my 79K PS2.
Yeah.
And my slim PS3, and that's all I need.
Yeah. You flipped so hard, you know, you said, yeah, why don't you get this specific revision of the Slim? It was the same. Like, I not because a lot of the Slims had issues with the ribbon cable peeling up and scratching the hell out of discs. The only exception to that rule is the 79K because it uses tabs instead of adhesive to hold the ribbon cable down.
Yeah. When you said you've used it for like several years straight with no issues, I was like, you know what? I trust you. and I have not regretted that decision.
Well, that's
yet.
well, yeah, that's after I went through like 270Ks, neither of which really lasted. It's so sweet. The 70K is absolute garbage a lot of the time in terms of stuff. And then there's people saying, oh, it's the best slim model because it's most accurate with PS1. It's like, I have not encountered a single PS1 game that has issues running on anything later than a 70K. Yeah, I've got a 90K somewhere as well, but at home as well, but. Right, final stretch in terms of health. It's kind of funny but also sad because we spent all this effort to get 200 health, and then we go into the vendor to buy some of the next stuff that we need, and it all gets wiped away instantly.
I think I would just have to turn off the console if like I was doing a hundo run and I was like at 195 or 199 or something and I just auto saved. I think that would just
there was that one time where I was at 199 and the PS2 decided, you know what? Now would be a really good time to crush my entire file system. That was difficult. Right, so I should have enough bolts now, so I can get abuse backwards to go a little bit faster. Seven. Yeah, you can see just how little XP you get by this point. It's like a quarter of the level.
So, what's y'all's favorite speedrun category at the moment? Or favorite categories, if you can't decide on one?
Well, I suppose AEC is the obvious answer for me, but...
Yeah, I kind of figured that'd be for you. I also have a very potentially accurate prediction of Scotto's answer.
Probably Ouya NG Plus is the one I want to run the most.
Wow, I was.
Were you expecting Rec to 80%?
No. I mean, I don't think.
Right, then I find a trophy, and then we want to buy V1 everything except the Infector and the Bouncer, and I'll buy the Rhino here as well. Back to 10 health. Back to 10 health. Back to 10 health.
I was gonna say I never noticed that Scotto was a fan of Ratchet 2 any percent. You know, he's only had the record in it since like 2018 and has been like playing it every day and outright said it's the best category at some point. But Ouyanji Plus is a good choice. It's probably the only short NG Plus between Ratchet 2, 3, and 4 that I don't feel meh about. And my favorite speedrun category isn't even in this series. I'd probably say it's God of War 2 NG Plus,
Oh, damn it.
Crash 3, any percent no item glitch.
Okay.
Maybe Lego Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. If I have to pick one within this series,
Okay, V5 Nitro Raptor and then Rift Inducer.
I don't know what my current favorite category in Ratchet is. Maybe no LC, no QE, or Ouya any percent. I think those are like my 3 favorites at the moment.
Rift Prepare. And then actually I'll buy V6. Alright, okay, now I've got more weapons to do. I'm also going to have to level up the disc-sway gun. And yeah, it goes to show you how broken the XP economy is for this point.
Your health temporarily go back to like 17 for a moment.
Nano pancake, yes.
No, I mean like the maximum health being 17.
Multi-disc gun, and then it would be and then yeah, it also goes to show you how powerful enemies are at this point in the game.
I mean, it's challenge mode, final level of the game,
Yeah.
versus 10 health, no armor.
Yeah. But yeah,
It's not really a fair matchup.
the game's probably that confused about how you even got to this point with 10 health.
I think if you showed this to Ted Price back in like 2004, he'd probably just.
Oh, the thing is
I don't even know.
that this glitch isn't even possible because it wasn't even possible in 2004.
Yeah, but we'd have like time travel and show him like, hey, this was because of something you guys did with the save system.
Close the storm, and I'll probably try and get the shield upgraded here as well. A little bit more.
Yeah, it never hurts to have a higher level shield charger.
I don't even know if that's the best way of doing it.
Yeah, I usually don't worry about the shield charger until the end because of the Nitro Eruptor strat that I told you about during the practice run.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
Because the shield charger still does good enough at defending you, even at like V3 or V4.
I'll try and get it to V4 just to be safe. It's just about here, so.
And that's V4. I saw the text for it.
So It's basically the only weapon where you don't need to worry about trying to get the animation skip because it just doesn't have one. It just doesn't have one in here.
Yeah, it's that, and the whip also doesn't have an animation.
Yeah, the whip too.
So now we're on to Tyrannosis landing site. Enjoy the music, it's pretty good.
We'll discuss the planet later.
But yeah, I mean, we did actually mention the missile stuff here. Like, we had on Metro as well. We didn't really mention what's going on here because normally you just expect them to be coming at you and you have to dodge them. But
The Blackwater missiles go funny. Yes, 3 Jink.
actually, I didn't buy all the V6 weapons, so I might as well do that here. Okay, V6, whip, suck cannon, display gun, Hydra. Rifle, rift inducer, and I might as well buy the shield stuff here as well before I forget.
Oh, it looks like you didn't get the V1 bouncer yet.
Oh yeah.
Not a huge deal, but
Like, yeah, I'll probably buy that on. I'll probably buy that on the way to like cover, I suppose.
yeah, you can just press square to open the vendor in the ranger ship. Easy.
So Tyrannosis, split up into like 4 parts. There's the opening segment, the second segment where you run around and you're supposed to like destroy some turrets. There's the Mama Tyrannoid fight, and then there's Kavu Island. So here we'll get the Owl Trophy, or as the German dub thinks it is, it's the AI Trophy. Then there's 2 Titanium Bolts and a Skill Point. All around the same part too. Abu Island has like nothing for some reason.
It's just ranger missions.
Yeah, no, but
Yeah, it's just an extra thing you have to do to get Friend of the Rangers.
yeah, Kavu Island's like the only set of ranger missions without like a collectible, I think. Well, I guess Veldin, but Kavu Island's probably feeling left out right now.
So our one skill point for this section is to snipe, I think it's 12 of these guys. It's either 10 or 12.
That also happens to be skill point 24 once we get it. Titanium bolt number 35 is coming up to the right of this building, and if you get it as Ratchet, there's an animation. If you get it in the car, there's no animation. It's a no-brainer time save. Then we're gonna go get the Owl Trophy, number 8. Well, once it'll be acquired as skill point, of course. Or once we kill those enemies to make progress to the skill point, of course. That's what I meant to say.
He pushed you off the tower.
Off.
How rude. How rude.
I didn't even know they could do that. And one final titanium bolt. You're supposed to revisit this level with the hyper shot, so we can work our magic with the charge boots and get it from there. Because you're only supposed to get this like on a revisit, there's like some enemies that are near this titanium bolt and they're not there when you revisit. So they just put some enemies in the game that, unless you use glitches, you'll never actually encounter. So,
Yeah, and that's why the animation is weirdly just clipping inside the enemies, because they never expected you to get it while the enemies are there.
these enemies must feel really, really lonely.
Anyways, time for another camera clip. Nice and easy. Now we get to fight the mother of all Tyrannoids.
I didn't actually need a shield.
Can't wait for can't wait to defeat the Mama Tyrannoid and everyone in the galaxy recognized our valiant efforts. It'd be a shame if somebody else were to like take credit for that.
Oh, for sure.
POV, you're the boss on Tyrannosis trying to kill Ratchet.
Very
rare usage of a second person being used in a video game. So this is where you'd unlock the Hollow Shield glove, but in challenge mode, even if you've like skipped parts of the game where you would unlock weapons, when you're in challenge mode, you can they'll just put them in the vendor, even if you haven't visited the level, because obviously like you couldn't have possibly skipped anything. So
You know, just never mind the fact that we have the Quack Array and we've never been to Iridia. That's not important.
is there a free fall skip for Kabu Island, or am I misremembering?
I think you need a strafe angle that you can't get without already landing. So it's not possible to do the free fall skip here. So, true to the name of Tyrannosis, we're going to be fighting a lot of Tyrannoids here. This is their home planet after all.
Take cover! The knights are coming over the bridge!
And as we do that, we're going to be leveling up some of our other weapons, like the Bouncer, as Matthias is doing right now. And then we have more levels to do on the Glitter Rifle and the Plasma Storm. And so this whole run is a fun mix of weapon leveling and progressing through the game. Or at least this part of the run is a fun mix of those things.
You can actually destroy the hover ship even though it's in that shield. You know, because I tried it as a kid once and the mission just automatically failed. This level is also featured in the multiplayer mode of the game. They took like, the multiplayer, they took like assorted segments of some of the levels. They also made a few original maps. Altered bits, like there's a bit of terrain on Kabu Island. The terrain, the little bit of ground that the hover ship is on, is now moved to the center of this pathway for some reason. Marcadia is night, and some of the red water in like the ranger missions of Marcadia is just not there for whatever reason. But otherwise, largely the same thing.
Covered in foliage as
The
well.
second mission is
so-
kind of like one on the truckies. What were we saying?
Covered in foliage as well.
That too. Here we have Similar to the one on Metropolis where you shoot a bunch of drop ships. As a kid, I really liked this mission a lot. I can't really tell you why. I just played it like over and over.
So yeah, the music here is also a pretty big vibe for me. These stupid rocket launches, absolutely. Yeah, good. That's a bit of the range of this sketch.
Yeah, it's here in Iridia that tends to have the most voice glitches.
He's dead, so.
This isn't PS3 jank. This also happens on PS2.
Noise are just about finished. Trust me, Sarge. This one's gonna be a cakewalk. See, like I said, these noise don't have a ball.
Now for the supposed cakewalk, according to one of the rangers. There's like a trigger here that's kind of really easy to miss, even in like casual play, if you like were to use the charge group or something.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, you always have to make sure the rangers are following you. Because if they don't, you could just soft block the mission and have to restart it.
When I remember, it wouldn't soft block, you just would have to like go back and like walk through the whole like map until they eventually follow you, but could be wrong. But I do remember that. I need to fix the problem in my case. Yep, that's what's happening right now. They're really on alert, you know, wouldn't want to find any more Tyrannoids. Ready to ambush them. Oh no, they caught up to us. Hooray.
This is it, ladies. Move in and wipe them out.
And for whatever reason at the very end, they just have a bunch of one eyes that spawn. And so I usually like to level up the suck cannon with these guys. since they have a long death animation and that gets skipped with the suck cannon.
Okay.
Mission accomplished. We are now in complete control of Gotham Line.
And that's Kavu Island. We are done with Tyrannosis. Next step in our journey is to go back to the Phoenix. We're gonna get a skill point there.
By the way, I hope you've gotten plenty of looks at Ratchet Clank, because yeah, not going to be seeing it pretty soon.
Yeah, one of the skill points is to buy the Infernox armor, so... yeah, rest in peace seeing Ratchet's face, unless you use the skin.
Can you suck
yeah,
up?
Now
Can
it's
you,
time
this,
for nerfs
okay,
of
so-
titanium.
can you suck up the test dummies? Oh, you can.
Yeah.
So, to explain this, there's a titanium bolt that you get if you complete all of these arena challenges. In fact, the final challenge is called Nerves of Titanium. Very, very clever. On the PS3 version of the game, if we complete an action that triggers a PSN trophy, such as buying the Rhino or equipping the Snowman skin or firing at the blimp on Metropolis, in the time between performing these actions and getting the trophy, you know, we'll still have a chance to go into the pause menu and try and load a file, but the game won't give us the file select yet because it's prioritizing the PSN trophy. But once the PSN trophy is given to us, then it'll give us the file select, even if we're not supposed to have that. So we're able to use this to bring it up during the loading screen, and we can load 2 levels at once, depending on when you press the circle button, whether you do it like in the last few seconds before the level loads or much earlier. You can get different effects. One of these being called level smashing, where you stack level flags. So if the game reads a file, if the game reads a file where the planet has been completed, then it can complete parts of the planet that you are about to enter. But in the case that we're kind of that we're about to talk about, there's a way to do it where you can stack level assets on top of each other, such as titanium bolts. And so we could find a level and stack the Phoenix onto it, and we'd be able to get this titanium bolt just by playing through that other level's map. It also has a very funny side effect where all the sound effects are mixed up, and every time you use the charge boost, you hear the noise Ratchet makes when he falls into the void, but it gets pitched all funny. And as Mathias stated before, they use a NAND console, which loads the trophies way too fast to be able to do these level stacking, smashing tricks. So it's not a total time loss because we do at least get to get a little weapon XP, but it is still preferable to do the level stacking. That was like one of the biggest time saves found in like this game, especially for all titanium bolts, because it does save a couple minutes in other categories.
Holy shit!
They're already V4, what the heck?
not bad.
Yeah, and a fun thing to note is that in the older routes of this run, back when a runner named King DDD held the record, what he would do is he actually wouldn't do any grinding on Quark's hideout, I don't think. He would just level up all the weaker guns here during Nerves of Titanium.
I've seen in some older all titanium bolt routes before Nerves skip was found that you would do Nerves of Titanium like much earlier in the run. Is there like a reason we did it like earlier as opposed to like near the end?
Yeah, so back in the day, we would do Nerves of Titanium so that we could keep the hyper shot. That way we could do the Ghost Ratchet strat on Zeldin Starport without having to worry about overriding it or anything.
What actually was the Ghost? What actually did the Ghost Ratchet strat on Starport do? Was it just another way of getting to the trigger beneath because you don't have the turrets?
Yeah, pretty much.
Then we have found the camera clip. And actually the cam flip. I think FRC has said that the cam flip is more optimal than the camera clip, or at least it puts you in a better spot. I don't think we ever got official timing, so... And I do the cam flip, but... who really knows.
And then one thing that you'll see in this run, or that you won't see in this run, but you will see if you watch the world record or if you watch King DDD's runs, is that we'll take advantage of QE a lot more. Because every autosave resets the XP economy to be really high. So what me and what King DDD will do sometimes is we'll just open up the skins menu, select current armor, and that will trigger an autosave, and then we can just get that much more XP every time we do that. Of course, the downside is that it also resets your nanotech back to 10 again, which makes it easier to die. So it's a safe bet and good marathon strats to just not do more autosaves than you need to. Loki, I think the multi-disc gun is another favorite of mine.
Yeah. It's a lot better than its version from Ratchet 2, I suppose, of the chopper.
Also, the suck cannon is a really nice weapon, in my opinion. Particularly its Booyah variant. Very... They really knocked it out of the park with like just overpowered weapons in this game. You had this time they had quality and quantity.
These dummies are all using like really old weapons in rank 1, like the Walloper and the Bomb Glover.
And the Pyrosetter, but the flames are blue for some reason.
Yeah, they're basically the same test dummies that were on Koibo 3 in the first game.
It's probably not that efficient to try and level up the shield here, but...
Well, that was silly. One of the disc blades was just spinning around one of the dummies. Alright, there's the titanium bolt.
Also, the only time we get to be in this arena with the camera angle up close to us, as opposed to like kind of far back like it usually is.
Iridia time.
Iridia is a cool level. It's just a bunch of ranger missions similar to how Blackwater City is. It's on a really big map though. There's 2 skill points and 2 titanium bolts. One of them has a really cool boxy strat that you sadly won't see here, but if you watch the top 2 all titanium bolts runs, you will see it, and it's really awesome. So the first skill point here, which, let me get my notes app so I can update this. You have to destroy like 20 enemies using the refractor, and as I mentioned on Arcadia, you use the laser beams of these Tyrannoid mechs to do it.
Here we go.
Then Matthias will probably try some movement to get a titanium bolt before the level ends, which is right underneath this bridge. Oh, just barely by the skin of your teeth. Wow, amazing. In 100%, it's not in all collectibles. It's not as punishing if you fail to get that titanium bolt in those few moments. But in all titanium bolts, it's like really brutal. I think the world record, the final world record to not be sub-hour, the description was like the neutral long jump that lost 200 seconds. So yeah, that's the benefit of having to do more stuff is sometimes you can afford to make mistakes. So the second mission is just a quick hover ship mission.
So yeah, as it was kind of said yesterday with the previous video, a lot of the Ratchet Hundo game, a lot of the Ratchet Hundo games are less how fast can you go as they are how few mistakes can you make. Because there's a lot of stuff you need to keep track of in terms of collectibles and weapons and stuff. It's...
Now, even though we have like the boxy to get the other titanium bolt, the reason that we still have to do this hover ship mission in this category is because of one skill point, which makes that boxy shred kind of a waste of time.
And
Yeah,
the
with
Friend of the Rangers trophy.
Oh, that
That's
too. I
also
forgot.
kind of important. Which
knew I was
we
forgetting.
will see the text to see that we got it at the end of Iridia. So like you see how it said mission accomplished. You got 52,000 bolts or whatever it was. After the last mission it should also have a line that says you got the Friend of the Rangers trophy.
In this mission, we have to destroy all of these 4-eyed Tyrannoids that are roaming around the map. And in the next mission, we're gonna have a bolt crank mission, kind of like the one on Marcadia. Unlike the one on Marcadia, we don't have to go in sequential order. We can do whichever order we want. And after we defeat this Tyrannoid, I believe Matthias is gonna go for the other skill point.
I've got a couple.
That ramp looks really fun to ride up on. You know, I wonder what were to happen if the player were to just drive up that ramp, stay in the air for about 2 seconds. Oh wow, we got a skill point.
Mission accomplished. All Rangers regroup and get ready to take back the battle. Sarge, we need to activate those charges to create a defensive perimeter around the valley.
Suppose it's a good time to fight the Rhino. Which is
Yeah, this is
this,
first variation of the run. Oh,
which
sorry.
is the general super gun in any Ratchet gamers. It's Rhino. And yet another staple of the series.
I think maybe we should stick around here and guard this turret.
Yeah, this is the first variation of the Rhino that can be upgraded. When you upgrade it to V2, it stops being a missile launcher and launches lasers. And then at V5, it'll give you seizures.
It basically turns into the Zodiac once you get it to level 5. Sorry.
I think I might have messed up the skill point counter somewhere. Because right now it says we have 27 skill points, and I'm trying to think of what we could possibly be missing besides the command center one.
Bugs to birds.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
See
we
if I
still
can-
have to do Dax 2 for bugs to birds.
Did you get the blimp on Metropolis?
yeah,
Yes,
Okay, that's
got
probably...
the blimp. Did you count the Infernox armor?
Yep. Alright. We're gonna see soon enough if I correctly updated the skill point counter. I'm very confident in my trophy and titanium bolt counter. But I'm a bit nervous to see if what I forgot. What I may have messed up in skill points.
Yeah, for titanium bolts, we're just missing command center right now, right?
it should be just CC.
Oh yeah, I forgot to count nerves. I probably forgot to add a few of them then. I don't think I added well, there is one here that he's about to collect, so you can add that to the counter. I didn't add the first Iridia one, and I forgot to add nerves with titanium, so yeah, we're all caught up there.
Okay. Can I do a DC neutral on jump? Yes.
Nice. Now I just gotta clean up the last enemies in the back. And then we'll see. Friend of the Rangers trophy.
The warp pad, I suppose.
Inform command that Outpost X12 has been secured.
Because so many people remember it.
You got Friend of the Rangers trophy with an exclamation mark taking up an entire extra line. How awesome is that?
And the Y is partially cut off. I don't know why I find that amusing. I just do.
mean, it's not they're not very good at formatting sometimes.
I know Ratchet 1 has like cutscene where the subtitles like they have the exclamation mark on the next line. Like the sentence is like on the line above it. And then in Ouya and Deadlock, some options in some of the menus just don't exist, like the quick select, or in Deadlock's case, like subtitles and I think the widescreen function. You just have these menus with a line where something's clearly supposed to be there, but there just isn't.
So that should be our second to last skill point.
Okay.
The bird.
So all we have left is the Annihilation Nation arenas. And then after that, it's one skill point, one character trophy, and one titanium bolt.
Okay, and then I'm gonna have to pick and choose here in terms of mega weapons.
I'd probably go with the turrets.
No, I should damn it, true. I'm sure about that.
Yeah, the turrets are always convenient for Annihilation Nation because you can combo them with other weaker weapons.
I'll get those next time. I bought the 16s.
Yeah, you get plenty of bolts from these challenges eventually, so it's not too bad. So here's our first example of the Rift glitch. During these camera pans at the beginning of each arena challenge, you can just shoot the Rift Ripper freely for whatever reason. And that lets you get a jump on the first round of enemies. And it's especially convenient because the Rift Ripper has no death animations. So you can see those gladiators with like the swords, they have a long death animation where they turn red on the ground. But the Rift Ripper skips that, which makes it like the best weapon for doing Annihilation Nation quickly.
Oh, I do. Oh,
So yeah, we're gonna be here. We're gonna be here for about
well.
40 minutes.
Oh, the bounce is bust on the edge. The bounce is just on the edge of everything else to be fire. There we go. And then, yeah, a lot of the time it's just trying to figure out what's the best weapon to use.
And another fun little optimization here. The shield glove actually levels up when it gets hit by this turret in the middle. So you might think, oh, that turret's invincible, it's useless, what's the point? But you can actually level up your shield glove with it.
This would have been nice to know like a few days ago when I was trying to finish off the platinum trophy. Oh, the thing Scotto said about the Rift Inducer. 24/7 Yu-Gi-Oh! Has made very insightful comment that it makes the Rift a part of the best weapons in the game.
You can just kind of feed all the enemies into the rift, you said.
In fact, if you let all of the if you don't collect the bolts that the enemies drop, and you let all the bolts physically rack up onto the screen, the game will eventually crash from having too many bolts on the screen. Or too many, like, just general assets. I found this out the hard way when I was, making a save file. I was doing the impossible challenge. And yeah, that happened.
No way, you got the impossible challenge in Ouya?
Oh.
How'd you do that?
Oh, son of a cork. I meant the Corktastic challenge. Dude, okay, how many times? If there were even half as many Ouya Hundo/all collectibles enthusiasts. Actually, no, you don't do this in all collectibles. If there were half as many Ouya Hundo enthusiasts as there were like Rack 2 Max.
How much did the Mega turrets cost again? Is it 620k?
They were 620, yeah.
I would have
I didn't think to pull the rift and juicer out, so can't do it on this one. So
yeah, you can only do the rift glitch if you were holding the rift before you started the level. So you have to have the presence of mind at the end of every mission to pull out the rift ripper again.
I love the speedrunners for never remembering like casual aspects of their games, including the names of levels or weapons. I think I once called the flux rifle the fusion rifle, or vice versa, I don't remember. And for a lot of speedrunners across a lot of speed games, we probably don't remember how to play the games casually.
well, not properly casually anyway.
Yeah.
You're always gonna know all the little subconscious details of that stuff.
And a fun fact about this specific arena challenge is that it does have an extra fail condition. If you somehow run out of vortex cannon ammo, there are no blade enemies, but there are larger enemies, then you will fail the level, because there's no way to get any more suck cannon ammo.
Yeah, like, a lot of the missions do have that fail condition, but this one is, Scotto said, it's a little more special because it's like, it's not just about running out of ammo, it's about like not preserving the small enemies. There's a tiny bit of strategy involved if you're doing this level casually.
It's also a kind of a case where if your rifle's really low, if your suction is really low and it doesn't do enough damage to kill all the big enemies using all the small enemies that they give you. I was never a very big fan of the Annihilator in terms of rocket launchers in the series.
And reminder to buy the turrets.
Oh, true, yeah. And then I forget how much Mega Shield Charger is. I think it was like 700k, it might be 750.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, yeah, whip only here, so.
We'll just abuse the Rift Ripper a little bit. 2 free waves without having to use any whip ammo. Which, when you think about it, 2 free waves is kind of broken, because some of these specific weapon challenges are only 4 rounds, so you're effectively skipping half of the challenge.
Okay, there we go.
Frankly, I'm kind of surprised that we've actually gotten like decent commentary like so far, because
Yeah,
I know for yesterday's
admittedly,
PBS, like,
admittedly it is somewhat better than it was yesterday, because Scotto tends to actually know what he's talking about with this category.
Yeah.
I'm not meant to be shaming Dylan or just saying that, like, yeah.
or me.
Yeah.
It's
Alright,
just,
and here this is kind of like, they've got these kind of mega-ish challenges that are significantly larger than the previous ones, but they're not all the way up there with the massive Walk-tastic challenge, which I believe remains the single challenge in the high entire series with the most rounds in it in terms of like arenas.
Also, because of the NG Plus aspect of PBSPI, I think it was just harder in general to commentate.
Yeah,
I feel like that
because you're
kind of,
doing
like,
the same levels over again,
basically, yeah.
oh,
just with a little more weapon leveling.
So
Yeah, I can totally see PBSPI being hard to commentate.
Well, yeah. So then, what another thing that they'll do with these is that they'll change the type of challenge that it is midway through. So like, yeah, the time round.
Yeah, so this is Championship Bout 1. There tends to be a lot of timed rounds in this one. Championship Bout 2 will have some cycling weapons rounds in there.
And the sleeping gas rounds as well, yeah. Which you don't really have to worry about the sleeping gas rounds all that much.
Yeah, because you're always leveling up your nanotech. So the damage you take sort of gets erased very quickly.
I'm not gonna lie, it's always really jarring every single time you go into the pause menu, because in German and Spanish, the text in the pause menu is significantly smaller than in English. In English, it's like big, bold letters. In the other 2 languages,
No, I
it's
didn't
really
want to
tiny.
Inferno. No, I didn't want Inferno. Stupid block on it. No, I didn't
No.
want Inferno.
Oh, and it doesn't even kill everything when it uses the lightsaber hitbox. Oh, that's so annoying.
Well, I suppose we hit the crate. It's like an extra crate that was added to the game along with the jackpot crate, so I think it was like someone was saying like, if you manage to add more crates to the game, I will buy you a case of beer or something, I think.
Another fun fact about the Inferno crate is that it cannot be destroyed by that turret in the middle, so
Or any
if you
gun.
weren't trying to level up the shield, you could just hide behind the Inferno crate and not have to worry about the turret. Or you could just put the shield up and then hide behind the Inferno Crate to have 2 layers of protection. Just in case the turret lasts a while and you forget to reset your shields.
Yeah. Almost at V8.
And then of course, at the end of every championship bout, you have a boss battle. Since this is championship bout 1, you get the Terrible 2.
A little fun fact about the Terrible 2 is that the one with the whip was Helen, I believe. The technology for both her whip and the plasma whip, it was really created in a strange way. So when
I missed it.
we were kind of creating like a physics system, Ouya, I think. No, they were creating a physics system to prepare for Resistance on the PS3, and they created like a kind of whip system. And they took that physics system that was meant for Resistance, and they somehow brought it to this game.
I'll take a V8. Yeah. Okay.
The Annihilator was always my least favorite weapon to upgrade during Hundo runs. Like V1 just felt like it never did anything. And it was too expensive to be able to afford during the hideout grind. So it always just ended up getting left behind. Seems like it actually pairs decently well with the turrets though, so I might have some better ideas to go for next time I decide to run this category.
Maybe I'll hold off on trying any of them until if I manage to get my hands on a newer PS3. I'm also not super interested in the idea of trophies in general.
And then another thing you can do during these missions is you can buy ammo with the PDA if you have to.
Yeah. The thing is though, is it's extremely expensive. It's
Including sniper ammo.
Yeah, basically the way ammo works in this game is that there are a few weapons that are deemed too overpowered to get ammo from crates. So that's like the Rhino, the Sniper, and the Agents of Doom for some reason.
I mean, have you seen
And
how
then
they?
from the PDA, you can buy every Gadgetron weapons ammo. But you can't get any of the Megacorp weapons ammo, so like the turrets, the shield charger, the plasma storm, the bouncer. You can't get ammo from the PDA for those ones, but you can get them from the crates. So it's kind of a weird system.
I mean, I would say the Agents of Doom are overpowered. Have you seen how they take out those robots on Toros? Beyond.
I thought you were going to say how they took out the robots in the Nerves of Titanium earlier in the run.
I mean, the test dummies, you could break those things just by flicking their head with your finger. Like the one enemy that would blow up just from a slap on the wrist.
Okay, cycling mission challenge.
Who needs cycling weapons when you have the Rift Ripper?
Didn't work for some reason really well.
It pulled out the agents early, it looks like. So now you have agents glitch as well, for some reason.
Really, I think it's a good idea to give you one to give you the right one.
Oh yeah, another fun thing about cycling weapons is that whatever weapon you're on at the end of this challenge, you're gonna be on the next time there's a cycling weapons round. So, if you can, try to have the Rhino at the end of this. That way you can make Scorpio go really fast.
I don't die first.
Splitter rifle is also pretty fast for killing Scorpio, but doesn't look like you'll realistically be able to keep that. I mean, it's just staying in the third slot for some reason. Feels like the game's just teasing you. Like, oh, maybe you're gonna get the splitter rifle. No, it's just staying in the third slot forever. Alright, well at least it gave you the turrets right before the Annihilator. That was nice of the game to do for you. Unlucky. Not able to get the Rhino there. Maybe it's even a strat to just do Championship Bout 2, if you can do that before cycling weapons too. Also definitely worth checking the vendor to see if you can afford the liquid nitrogen gun upgrade, because that's one that's pretty quick to upgrade on Annihilation Nation. And you saw earlier in the cycling weapons challenge just how slow it was at V5.
Ratchet. Oh, it's just which one do I buy? Mega Shield or Mega Liquid or Mega Nitrogen Gun?
I'd go liquid nitrogen first. Because again, you can level up the shield very quickly on Command Center with the Nitro Eruptor strat.
Take a V8 discount just for it going.
And fun fact about Scorpio is that its damage output is dependent on your nanotech HP. That way it scales along with your nanotech, and so that's why Scorpio is only doing like 1 or 2 damage there.
This one I probably shouldn't do the Rift glitch on because it is the Rift reduces own.
You can just shoot like 1 or 2 out at the start. That works. Plus it's only 4 rounds.
Okay, this is the last of the weapon of this one weapon show, I guess.
Shout out to the Quack Array, very silly weapon.
Every game has its morphing weapon.
In Deadlock, they're all morphing weapons if you want them to be.
Yeah. You can just put any weapon you like.
This is also the one single weapon challenge that doesn't have the fail condition of running out of ammo, because the Quacko Ray has no ammo.
So it's Tarso with the V8, so...
Well, they can still help out the Annihilator a bit.
Jeez, yeah, look at that gun does go fast.
Yeah, it's like the freeze mod from Deadlock, but it's the entire gun.
Yeah, Deadlock's Omega mods are just like, what if we just took the effects of weapon from previous games, and we can just let you slap them onto whatever weapon you want. You're tired of coming up with the weapons, you make them on your own. So we have weapon mods to replace the idea of bouncer, morphing guns, the infector, liquid nitrogen gun. We have any like acid mod style weapons in the previous games?
I mean, there was just the acid mod in Going Commando.
Oh, true. Let's see, acid mod. Napalm, I think, is original. There's a time bomb, just kind of like the bouncer, kind of not.
There's also the shock mod, which the shock cannon gets in this game, naturally.
The plasma storm, so yeah. All but like one of the mods is based on an existing weapon or idea.
Mod, which is kind of like halfway to the hover bomb gun, I guess.
Like that. I can't believe Scotto remembers more about my game than I do.
No, I played way too much Deadlocked when I was a kid.
Same. It was like
I got all the V99 guns and I was like, wait, my nanotech isn't maxed out yet. I should keep playing. Keep grinding end zone, baby.
I think
I've never gotten
actually, I think
999
that's something
health.
with. Pretty sure that was the thing with Dan when he was playing, when he was starting even when he figured that I was speedrun the game if you're for like at least it was deadlocked so that it doesn't spoil my more preferred games in the tournament, even though he ended up playing because of the different reward. So.
And then I also figured out if you have over 100 alpha mods, it'll just list as dash dash for how many you have.
Okay.
So I was like, what if I got dash dash on every alpha mod?
That cost you a while buying all the mana leech
You know, I did not know after this. As a kid, I never actually did the challenge mode stuff because I was always like too like intimidated. But Deadlock was the one I like was playing the most as a kid.
I believe I did actually rule out my first Deadlock disc because I played so much.
And to this day, it still is like in my top 3 Ratchet games, casual play, right behind Ratchet 1. And third place right now, I'd probably go with Going Commando, but like a week ago, I just said Ouya.
It's kind of, yeah. It's kind of thing. I always kind of found Ratchet to be like my least favorite game for various reasons, which I know is like super. Everyone in the community is actually the best version of it. It's just that either that or basic.
I mean, like, I like Rack 1 the most, just because it's like more of like a platformer, or like like Craft and Spyro and Jack 1 vibes, Sly vibes, I suppose. Well, then when it comes to Ratchet 2, 3, and 4, it's like, they all got their ups and downs. For Deadlock, I thought, you know what, it has the best OST, and I like the kind of like, desolate vibes in most of the levels, and it has the best controls for me. And then right now, my decision to put Rack 2 over Ouya is I actually like a lot of the mini games, the ship levels, and the hover bike races. A little more variety in gameplay than Ouya does.
Two gun.
One thing you'll notice about the Quarktastic battle here is with the mid-round gimmick changes, you'll see the first half tends to have more timed challenges. Uh-oh. Where's the enemy?
Maybe Waiting for that duck to die out. Oh wait, there's a duck to the right. I saw one to the right. That wasn't like a... Yeah.
That's... Alright, we were only on the round 12. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that glitch in Ouya before. I've definitely seen it on the Impossible Challenge where if you use the Sheepinator, it can self-block like that. But I haven't seen it on Portastic Battle before.
And Ratchet 2, that happens because the enemies slip through the ground. The little like tube thing. I don't remember it ever soft blocking on the actual like arena. Just like the little tube that the grabby do.
But yeah, like I was gonna say before, you'll notice the mid-round gimmick changes are gonna be mostly timed rounds in the first half, and then it's mostly gonna be sleeping gas and cycling weapons in the second half. Similar to how Championship Bout 1 was mainly timed rounds, but Championship Bout 2 had a lot of sleeping gas and cycling weapons. And one fundamental thing to understand about Annihilation Nation is that where the enemies spawn is not random. They'll generally always spawn from the pods that are closest to your field of view, as long as you're not too close to those pods. Basically, whenever possible, the enemies will come out from where you're looking at.
Get ready to switch challenge mode. Believe it or not, folks, something wired to a controller up here in the red box. Whoa! This looks like it could really do some damage. Let's get it on! Get ready to switch challenge modes. Positively shocking! Get ready to switch challenge modes. Whoa! This little sucker can really do some damage. Ooh, he's got sharp teeth too. I wonder if he bites. Get ready to switch
Clearly
challenge
losing some
modes.
pretty hefty time on this Annihilation Nation, but not much else I can upgrade.
He's got sharp teeth too. Wonder if he bites. He sure got his bell rung that time.
The music here always, to me, fit an animation much better than it did for almost two.
Get ready. A switch.
Maybe it's because I played it this fast and all your first, because no it was always like just restrict shit, but I couldn't get past either half an user, but
Look at those greedy little eyes. He's got that 1,000-yard stare.
we're almost there. Yeah, around 50 he's a boss, and then 100 he's a boss. Oh, nice, these animations really there. Now for me, it's straight back into the rounds.
Yeah, here we go. Second half of Corptastic Battle. Sweeping gas round. We should get some cycling weapons pretty soon too.
Yeah, I think I had been using which one to cycle weapons and which one to cycle weapons. I think I've lost it.
It makes me think maybe it's optimal to use the Rift Ripper on the round before cycling weapons starts.
Yeah, that could be helpful.
Yeah, looks like 72 recycling weapons.
See, look at this. Oh, yes, I'm going to get out of the way.
Yeah, if you have any more Rift Ripper ammo, try just setting a couple rifts up on round 85.
I believe I should.
Oh well, there's some Rift Ripper ammo right there.
Didn't utilize it very well, but could be something.
You can also try it on round 92. Yeah, that could have been absolutely devastating. Because when you have the tier guys equipped, you take damage as if you have no armor on.
Yeah, like, you know, before the videos Fury they talk about the entire list of stuff that shit shouldn't happen, but of course covered and did. But most of the BB8, most of the BB8 1 ED plus crash.
And round 100, it's Scorpio. Doing 1 damage because, I guess, the amount of damage Scorpio does is determined by your health at the start of the mission.
And we have the Annihilation Nation Champion Trophy.
I just hit Tyrannosus by mistake, so we do not want to go to Tyrannosus, but it's about a 5 minutes.
20-second time loss in a 5-hour run.
It's about a.
Who cares?
It's about 5 minutes lost on Nation compared to what I've done previously. So.
We're on to the very final stretch here.
Last of the weapon grinding, and then last bolt, last skill point, last trophy. And then finals. Okay, so might as well buy the last stuff that I need.
Yep, get all those mega weapons. Start leveling them up.
Taste of the area afterwards. Should try the air first.
Yeah, the Agents of Doom are another thing that tend to lag the game to hell. When you get the extra agents on the ground and they make the mushroom cloud, that explosion lags the game so much.
Some weird stuff with moving and the basically just the Rhino and the four.
And I believe the Mega Infector is 480k bolts, so we shouldn't need any more in the bolt department.
Your final box.
Yeah, the final of everything.
Right the fire. That's what it does. It's just alright, yeah. Infector levels up stupid fast.
And the nice thing about the Infector is that it gets the experience from killing enemies instantly. Doesn't even matter if you kill the enemy. You just shoot it once, and even if it's the strongest enemy in the game, you'll get all the XP instantly.
I don't know at what point this happened, but shout out to Pythonicus for the raid. Thank you.
Now it's last skill point time. Make sure we don't die on the way.
And last titanium bolt before we forget.
Shoot, I always forget. Good thing you see that other voice
And it should say you got the titanium master trophy or something. Collector, yep. So we got all the bolts. And then once we get spread your germs, it should say we got the skill master trophy.
Oh, damn it.
And once we get the V8 Infecto Bomb, it should say we got the Omega Arsenal trophy.
Getting water save. Getting water save. I picked up that.
It'll be an exciting feeling when you get to a command center, you're done with the grind, and you know you could just finish.
That's the Omega Arsenal trophy. And we got all the Ratchet 2 weapons to V8 as well. And that's just the skill point and the Lawrence trophy that we're after.
I wonder how many times our maximum nanotech has increased.
Gotta be like probably 1,000 at this point. Alright, what skill point are we missing?
Those quick resumes. I just wasn't sure if it had dropped me.
Ah.
And all character trophies. Rest in peace to the note I made in my notes.
I've got to run all the way back to right. I didn't realize because all the other times I've done it, the ship has been near. So just have to run through it one more time. So.
All the fun of doing a strat you've never done before in a marathon.
good with one of those things that's always kind of nerve-wracking a little bit. Over time you can actually it's not that bad.
Yeah, and then eventually, at the very top level, you can just do infinite jumps from the Lawrence trophy to the cutscene trigger.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a PB because I've actually already got a sub 5, but hopefully it will be underestimated.
Yeah, looks like we're on track. We're at 5:02 right now. So unless you somehow take 15 minutes on the nefarious fight, we should be good.
Yeah. I don't know what the best way of doing it is if I don't know what I would mind at least the rifle. I don't know how
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's the any percent splitter rifle strats that we do.
Or more so we used to do, I suppose.
Sure. I just haven't seen it. I think I've seen it once before.
Yeah, there he just had too much damage done already. If you had waited just a little later, it would have worked, I think.
I mean, this scene in this completely skip the cutscene.
I've seen that happen like a trillion times.
Yeah, I think that
Chicken.
only happens if it's like timed perfectly.
Even as a kid, I got it a few times, I think, so looks like I was a really skilled kid. I think there's like a robot head you can stand on if you want to snipe him from it.
I thought I crashed the game for a second.
Oh yeah, the classic quick select pause mid-air when you're dead.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, that robot head doesn't actually get you the max damage with the splitter rifle. It's actually a the right spot is like just a little bulb looking thing that's on top of a square. I don't know how to describe it, but it's farther back.
Oh, the bridge. These things.
Oh yeah, also shout out to the giant clunk heads that you can see scattered throughout.
Yeah, you do have to be close enough to Nefarious for him to drop down though.
Time's coming up. Time's coming up. Time's coming up soon.
After 16 shots at this bio-obliterator.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Time.
EG.
Huge.
Defeated by squishes. Ah.
Okay, so.
50736.
Yep. That's a lot. Really just make sure that I got everything before we finish. Yeah, that felt pretty good apart from Nation, I suppose.
I mean, that was even better than the practice run, so
Yeah, it was.
we're chilling.
So how do y'all feel about having commentated a run of this length?
I suppose it's me playing the game, and I can say it was very good throughout. So.
Yeah, that was pretty solid.
Let's check that you actually have everything.
Yeah, that's the usual sign. This door only opens once you've got all the rubies, but yeah, you can kind of flip to the wall. Ratchet, Clank, Quark, Nefarious, Scrunch, Lawrence, Plumber, Courtney Gears, Owl. Owl's always the one that people miss a lot of the time. Titanium Collector, Skillmaster, Nano Finder, Annihilation Nation, Finger the Rangers, Omega Arsenal. So yeah, there you go. So, I don't know. How do you two feel after that, I guess?
That was pretty good.
I certainly feel tired.
Yeah.
I can only imagine you're even more tired
No,
after running 2
honestly,
long
I
runs.
feel... I don't feel as bad as I did after the rank 2 run, but yeah. It's pretty late for you to Americans, so you probably be going get to sleep.
Yeah, Ouya's a pretty chill run.
Yeah.
With all the grinding, you get to turn your brain off a decent amount.
Yeah. Alright.
Always wondered, like, at some point I kind of want to do a Honda Quadfecta maybe, like I could be down, and this is just giving me an idea of how exhausted I might feel.
Well, as long as you space it out, you'll be okay.
Attention all crew members.
Alright.
Just take quick little naps between each game.
Alright, so, yeah, we'll head off now, I suppose, and take the marathon and carry on, I suppose.
I'm gonna go shower and do my nightly routine.